Well, yeah.
You know, there's a big, huge debate about which is better, Jamaica KFC or Trinidad KFC. Your thoughts?
It's actually going to be Jamaica. Sorry.
All right, all right. Thanks again, Mr. Glenn, and all the best to you.
Well, I've got to say, I don't agree with Javel Glenn on his choice of food there. But we also were able to catch up with Joshua James after he had a wonderful opening spell. So let's have a listen to what Joshua had to say.
Mr. Joshua James, man of the moment, Trinidad Tobago, opening spell, 2 for 7. Your thoughts?
It was a good start.
Yeah, it was a very impressive spell. Thought it might have been a little long for you to come back into your second spell, but nonetheless, out of your controls. What's your thoughts on the wicket itself?
After the first ball, the wicket tried out now and it played really good. You can just
What is it? Excellent.
Yeah, it appears as if the game is evenly poised at the moment. 7 to 6, having won the toss and deciding to insert the Scorpion. What's your thoughts on the position of the game?
still open. Game of cricket, the game can change very fast. If we get to that, we could go from there.
Is there any pressure on you and your teammates? Trinidad Tobago Red Force have won the title, the regional, 40, regional 40 title in over 19 years. Is there any pressure?
Yeah, I would say yeah, the pressure. After so long, like to win the title, I think we should position right now. Once we can win the
Best of luck, Joshua James.
Well, there you heard it from Joshua James, and I think he's right. As I welcome Vishram Parmasar with me, I think he's completely right about the fact that cricket can change at any point in time. It's one of those unpredictable games. So he spoke about that 280, anywhere between 280 and 300. Trinidad and Tobago would be pretty happy to get back into the field. They won't, sorry, to get into the crease. 274 for 6. Jamaica sit pretty at this stage. I think it pretty much, I won't say it hangs in the balance. I think it just probably edges towards Jamaica because of Glenn and Mansingh still being at the wicket. Now, what's your thoughts on that, Vishram?
Good morning to all our viewers on Rush Sports 2 and via our streaming sites. Yeah, we're live here in Brian Lara Cricket Academy, Day 2. Game definitely evenly poised. Jamaica slightly ahead with this partnership indeed. 123 runs. Trinidad would have been disappointed having Jamaica at 151 for 6. Now 274 for 6. An excellent partnership between Javel Glenn, who will be taking up strike. He's on 99 not out. And on the other side is Abhijay Mansingh, who's batted quite patiently thus far.
And you spoke to Javel Glenn earlier, and we were speaking about it behind the scenes as well. It's amazing how calm he is. I mean, he's on 99 not out. He went overnight at 99, and he's now 1 run away, and he's so calm. So it's going to be Shannon Gabriel to start us off. Trinidad and Tobago, the news is that they've taken a new ball. So Shannon Gabriel is in to bowl to Glenn, who's on 99, 2 slips and a gully. And the first ball is coming to you now. Good start from Shannon Gabriel.
Yeah, it's nice solid defense there by Javel Glenn, and it did definitely stood out his calmness. He said that his preparation continues to be the same, whether he's on 1 or 99, and it's great to hear, to be honest, to hear these guys, preparing the same way, and preparation is key to anyone's success. As Shannon to continue, he has 2 slips and a gully. Backward point cover, mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg. Javel Glenn, 99 of 152 deliveries, looking for his maiden first-class 100. Spotted wonderfully. This one is beaten outside the off stump. That's a beautiful delivery indeed. So it's a good start here. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force taking the new ball. So looking to make some early inroads into day 2. Nice strong breeze blowing across this beautifully lush outfield. Just a sprinkling of spectators around. So a good start by Shannon Gabriel. Slight pause in the game. See Glenn taking strike again. 99 not out. Looking for his maiden first class 100.
Oh my word. Well. He's on 99. He's left one right over middle stump. He left that on length, Vishram. Had to be.
Well, you see, that's once it doesn't hit the stump, it's a good leave.
And we see a member of the cricket board, Mr. Baksh. He's there with Keon Utley, who's not involved in this game. There's a minor injury that he's still recovering from. And Keon Utley, we'd hope to see him back soon. He's been an important player for Trinidad and Tobago for a number of years now. But Glenn seems to be feeling the nerves just a little bit now as he's back out facing up Shannon Gabriel with the new ball in hand. Edging, and he's gone just short of Cephas Cooper. In fact, it's Brian Charles, and Javel Glenn gets to his maiden first class century here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. You could see what it means to him. He loves it here at this ground. What an innings from a young man that has started his career as a bowler, and he's come in to this all-rounder role so well. Well played, young man.
Javel Glenn, take a bow. What a wonderful innings indeed. Coming in a time of need for your team. Standing tall and delivering the goods here. 276 for 6. Jamaica Scorpions being asked to bat first. Javel Glenn, 100 of 155 deliveries. What a wonderful innings it has been. He's made all of Jamaica proud. And the wider Caribbean. As we all want to see West Indies cricket back on top. But it's a good start nonetheless here by the Red Force and Shannon Gabriel in particular.
Yeah, I don't think they should let that get to them too much. It's a new day. They've got to put everything that went on yesterday behind their backs. Full and wide from Gabriel. That one, we saw sometimes around that area. It kept a bit low yesterday. And you saw that one got into the ankles almost of Joshua De Silva. So it's not really going to affect the batsman too much, because if it's that wide, you shouldn't be playing at it anyway.
Shannon creating opportunities both on day 1 and day 2, but still wicketless. It's into his 14th over. Abhijay Mansingh, 51. He's done very well. Also a similar feel for him. 2 slip on a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off. But it's really been a good start here by Shannon.
It's going to be a bit of a challenge for Mansingh. He's batted well, but as we mentioned earlier, you go into the night, you come out, it's a new day. You're not as settled as you were yesterday. You're going to be confident nevertheless, but as we see the parents of Jid Gully once more, I told you they're going to be here all 4 days, no matter if Jid's playing or not, because they are supporters of Trinidad and Tobago cricket and West Indies cricket on the whole. But as I mentioned, Mansingh is not what you would call a top order batsman, so facing the new ball, it's not going to be something that he's too accustomed to, and Shannon Gabriel needs to probably try to take advantage of that and use the swing as much as he possibly can. But he looks comfortable so far.
Yeah, he's been steady. So in that over there was another no ball, so continues to plague Shannon Gabriel, overstepping the popping crease. Went out earlier today and took a look at the wicket. There's a bit of slight deterioration, but nothing of great significance at the moment, as See bowlers running through, creating some scuff marks. Will come into play later on, maybe more so in day 3, day 4.
I mean, we look at that area right there where Shannon Gabriel has been running through, and you could see this even on the other side here as well. You can see that there's a bit of scuff marks that have been getting a bit worse. Gabriel thought it was a bit of a area of concern, and we look around where James has been landing as well, right where Jason Mohammed is standing. The same thing. It's not as bad on the around the wicket, but on this side it seems to be getting worse and worse. And Vinod Mamchan yesterday would have alluded to the fact that it's been a problem here for a long time, from the first ever game it had here. That pop increase area on both ends. So something to note, something for the bowlers to. It's going to be at the back of their minds. And you don't always want to run in when you're not comfortable the way you're landing. It's an ankle injury risk, or even worse sometimes. So here we see Joshua James for his first delivery of the day.
It's coming in from the northern end, as you also want to appreciate the groundsmen for the able work that they've done. Outfield has, we see a lot more grass on the square itself. There's been a lot of cricket being played here at Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Just recently we had a lot of Super 50 games here, and other than that, there was the Dream 11 T10 Blast that was played back in December. Early this year, there's not been much cricket here in preparation for the 4-day, obviously the T20 World Cup last year. It's a quick single, and good work from Glenn and Mansingh, and that's where I thought they dominated Trinidad and Tobago yesterday. Those quick singles and the way that they were able to manipulate the strike so easily. And we mentioned Trinidad and Tobago's fielding. They were a bit laid back throughout the entire first day.
Yeah, very good intent running between the wickets between these two. Joshua James would be hoping to replicate his performance from yesterday with the new ball. Very smooth run up, strong action into Mansingh and just stroking it into the onside. No run there. Also have a lot more cricket coming soon. Right here at Brian Lara Cricket Academy, the West Indies breakout T20 competition. Then to look forward to round 7 of this regional 4-day tournament. Could have a possible title decider at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain between the Happy Eagles, Guyana Happy Eagles, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Right now the Guyana Happy Eagles in a very difficult position. They've lost first innings to the Leeward Islands.
Well, that's a beauty from Joshua James, and that's where he lived yesterday. That's where he was most successful, just on and about that fourth stump area, and he's getting the ball to move both ways. This one came back into Mansingh and beat him between bat and pad. It was a beauty of a delivery.
Really good, excellent start for Joshua James.
We spoke about how hard the ground staff work, and all of these guys here have played a role in getting this this stadium into the position that it's in. It's a beautiful ground. Oh, edging, and no third man. That one's going to run into the boundary for 4. Abhijay Mansingh, soft hands, and that was the key there.
Yeah, definitely. Soft hands through the vacant third slip region, and that goes all the way into the boundary for 4. So a good start here for Jamaica Scorpions. Solid start. Hoping that this partnership can continue to build and continue to cement their position in this game. They're 281 for 6 after being put into bat by Joshua De Silva on day 1.
Now, looking back at it now, we've had a day and a couple overs as well to judge. Do you think it was a better decision for De Silva to bat first or bowl first?
I mean, it's a very good wicket. We heard that John Campbell was willing to bat first, but the overhead conditions yesterday was very overcast. So
Yep.
it could have gone both ways. If Trinidad and Tobago would have held on to their chances, you think that they would have been in a better position. So I think it could have gone either way. The decision wasn't such a bad one by Joshua to take the ball first, but unfortunately Trinidad was a bit lackluster in the outfield, dropping 3 chances, and there were a couple opportunities for runouts as well that went a begging. So if they had taken their chances, they could have been with bat in hand at the moment, but that wasn't the case, and now we see Jamaica Scorpions fighting back and batting well with Javel Glenn, 101 not out, his maiden first class 100. Abijay Mansingh starting this tournament with the CCC, now being brought into the Scorpions team and again continuing his form.
We also spoke about that purple patch that Glenn has been in. Got a half century last game, was backed up by a 39. Now he's got 100 here. And even now he's playing Shannon Gabriel with complete just calm. The sense of calm that he has exhibited in this game has been what's most impressive to me, at least, because Javel Glenn is an infamous cricketer in the Caribbean. For one moment that happened back in, I think it was the 2020 CPL final, when he was bowling his leg spin against Darren Bravo right here at the Brian Cricket Academy. He pulled out of his delivery and he did a little dance, and Darren Bravo mocked him, hit him for 6 the next ball, that did it again. And for a while that was what you remember Javel Glenn as. He was always a bit of a fiery character. And oh, good delivery from Gabriel, an appeal for LBW, and umpire Raj Kumar not interested. And you can see Glenn feeling the effects of that one, just off the toe maybe. Let's have a look at this one again. Oh, that's a toe crusher. That's the and Javel Glenn is actually on the floor. We hope he's okay. He's feeling the effects of that. I hope it's not a broken toe, because that would be really unfortunate. He's worked so hard and he's batted so well. But that's the effects of the man Shannon Gabriel at full effect.
Yeah, definitely. That's a beautiful in-swinging Yorker hitting Javel Glenn directly on the toe. He's down. Not out, but he's down. This one going down to the leg side. He was able to go through for the single. So he's at the non-striker's end, which will help. Definitely need to get some attention from the physio.
I'd like to see that replay once more. Just to see exactly where that ball hit him. Just stop it right there. I'm not sure if he got bat onto it, which might have made it worse.
That's beautiful Yorker. Just the only thing that just did a bit too much going down the leg side. But wow, full onto the toes. And you can see the immediate reaction from Javel Glenn.
I see physios out there with him, and I really do hope he's okay. He seems to be okay. He seems to be getting his shoes back on.
That magic spray.
Does wonders. It works wonders. He's gonna feel it though towards the end of the day's play.
Two on-field umpires today is Mr. Lyndon Rajkumar and Shannon Crawford, or match referee Rion King.
See the Red Force boys, the core of the team: Joshua De Silva, Django, Brian Charles, Kari Pay. Those guys there having a bit of a conference. Just discussing how they're going to move forward. That's going to shake up Glenn a bit. And if I'm Shannon Gabriel, I go right back there. Just because you see a bit of... there's going to be a bit of second guessing in his mind. Especially about that. He's going to want to protect that too. Because if he gets it again there, it's problems for him. So if I'm Shannon Gabriel, a very nice ball I bowl him right there again, and then I go with a short ball.
You see Abijay Mansingh taking up strike now as we are about to resume play. Shannon Gabriel, a change of field, pushing back. Now they have 4 men on the onside. Could possibly be a short ball tactic, with mid-on coming up to short mid-on. Bit wide. We have a man just in front of square, a deep backward square and a fine leg. Deep backward square, 3/4 way to the boundary, so could see some short stuff here by Shannon Gabriel with this new ball. Charging in from the sudden end. That one is bowling at a high clip.
It's a heavy ball. You could see that early into today. Once again, it's been a while since we've seen Shannon Gabriel bowl this much, and it is really admirable.
Speeds at about 140 kilometers per hour. See Brian Lara Cricket Academy in all its glory. It's a beautiful facility here, South Trinidad. Shannon Gabriel once again to Abhijay Mansingh. He's pulling out of this one. Bit uncomfortable in his delivery stride. Just a reminder that we did have an injury yesterday to Yannick Araya.
He's still not been here, Shannon Gabriel. To see him clutching that left hamstring, and that could be problems for Trinidad and Tobago. We've already lost Yannick Araya in this game. They would hate to lose their big fast bowler now. Do hope he's okay. He's just stretching it out a bit. And just as we were speaking about, we've not seen Shannon Gabriel bowl this much in a long time. It's a bit of commentator's curse there.
It's dangerous signs here now for the Red Force team.
It looks a lot more uncomfortable than even when Yannick Araya came off, because when Araya came off, he didn't grab his hamstring or anything. We had no idea what was wrong until we heard from Coach Emmerich that it's a bit of a hamstring problem that he's been having and he couldn't continue. And if Gabriel is to go off now, that's another bowler short when Trinidad and Tobago are in need of 4 wickets, and they've still got a second innings to bowl in. Seems to be okay. Goes through for this delivery and is very well bowled from Gabriel.
It's a good line.
Joshua Da Silva's running down to have a word with him.
Shannon still seems a little uncomfortable. Just slowly getting back to his mark. Still holding on to that hamstring.
It doesn't look... In fact, he is going to finish. I thought he was handing the ball off to Terence Hinds to finish the over for him, but I think he's okay. He's always got that big smile on his face, so he seems to be able to carry on.
Might just finish the over and come out and get some attention from the physio.
It doesn't seem to be anything too bad because he's still able to bowl, which is important in looking at the severity of it. And a good delivery again, pushed into the offside, and Mansingh gets a single. So that's the end of Shannon Gabriel's 15th at the end of 90. The Jamaica Scorpions 283 for 6. And this partnership building nicely now, all the way up to 131, is it? Good partnership between these two. Jason Mohammed has bowled 3 overs. And yeah, Gabriel is going to come off, which means with Trinidad and Tobago taking the new ball so early on in the day, Terence Hinds should be the one to continue. They've only bowled, 3 overs today so far with the new ball, so it's still pretty new. As we see Coach Emmerich there, just having a word with the third umpire, Sandy.
Definitely some concerns in the Red Force camp.
Physios had some work to do in this game. There's a big Shannon Gabriel. Top spell from him, to be honest. His first 8 overs costing him 7 runs. He was a bit more expensive in his second spell of he bowled 5 overs yesterday and then 2 this morning. A bit more expensive yesterday in that final spell, but he was making things happen throughout the entire game.
You see Joshua James to continue from the northern end. The Red Force desperate for a breakthrough here. Partnership has gone on to 132 283 for 6. Mansingh taking up strike, and he's solid in defense.
Quick update over in UE, the combined campuses and colleges. They were bowled out for 238 yesterday. The academy in reply are currently 140 for 3. Mbeki Joseph 65 of 116. He just got out. Larry Edward got him out, but a good innings from him. The skipper Teddy Bishop is now at the crease. He's not out on 32 with Rivaldo Clark, who's on 8. And over in St. Kitts, as this one is flicked in the air over the top, and a couple bounces into the boundary for 4.
Beautiful shot by Abhijay Mansingh, going over the top, using the aerial route and finding the boundary rope. So growing in confidence as he did yesterday. It's a new day, a new start for him, but same approach in terms of scoring runs.
Yeah, so there's a mistake with the scorecard at the moment. At the last ball of Shannon Gabriel's over, Mansingh got a single, so it should actually be 283, and well, now 287 with the boundary. We just await that fix there. Guyana in oh, that's a good delivery again, and that's good batting from Mansingh. Good running between the wickets from these two.
Brilliant start by the Scorpions indeed this morning, and clearly Javier Glenn has recovered from that hit on his toe as well, so it's a good start for the Scorpions as we continue to hear the updates.
Yeah, Guyana they've come roaring back into this game, because at the start of play here, the Leeward Island Hurricanes were 293 for 4, and all of a sudden it's 320 for 8. Guyana have come out today and picked up 4 quick wickets. Casey Carty was not out on 92, and he's now out for 92. Hamilton just got out for 80. Niall Smith picked up the wicket of Justin Graves for 8, and Hayden Walsh has just got out as well for a duck. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles fighting back. And over in St. Lucia, Barbados Pride 185 for 8, just a bit of good, and now bowled out for 198. 6 wickets for Keon Gaston. And in reply, the Windward Islands into their second innings now. They're 5 without loss. Some low scoring affairs over in Guyana, though. The Guyana game, in Warner Park. Guyana really sparking a comeback here.
Yeah, they're at the top of the table at the moment, so definitely want to cement that position. Definitely going into round 7 against the Red Force team, who's second on the table. Red Force desperate not just for a wicket today, but also for the title, this 40 title, which has eluded them for 19 years.
No, Visham's starting to see some scuff marks as well, right in front of the stumps, where Abhijay Mansingh currently is, just around there, a little bit higher up as well, and that's going to be something to note going into the rest of this game as well.
This one short and guided through that vacant third slip again, and goes all the way to the boundary. So Abhijay Mansingh scoring quite fluently here this morning. He moves on to 65.
Well, once again, the ball passing through where a third slip would have been. Second time for the morning. It's a new ball, and I think it's time that Joshua Da Silva starts thinking about getting another guy in that cordon, because James is still, when he bowls that wider length, or that wider line, he's trying to get Mansingh to play that shot, because Mansingh hasn't really left many out there. He's been playing, and 2 deliveries now going past where third slip would have been.
Yeah, definitely thoughts of bringing in a third slip, especially with the new ball being taken. The aim would have been to try and get early wickets. They've created a couple chances, but just not the right field setting at the moment. So we have bowling change, and it seems as if a bit of a surprise, as we thought we might have seen Terence Hinds. Seems as if he's going to go with the right arm off spin of Brian Charles. Had a marathon spell yesterday. He's also gone wicketless in this game.
Kahul Purahan is stepping off for a moment, just so he can get the back pad gears ready. Navin Bidesi, the young leg spinner from Beach Trinidad, he is on the field. Would have made his first class debut last year. against the Jamaica Scorpions actually over in Sabina Park. Had a pretty good showing, and it's been tough for him to get back into the team since with Yannick Karaya, but now we're looking at a situation where we don't know the severity of Karaya's injury going into round 7. Navin Bidesi could very well come into that team.
It's opportunities. That's all that you'd ever want is an opportunity, and try and hold on to that opportunity. As we see now, Brian Charles with an opportunity to take a wicket. He's ball in hand.
Yeah, they needed Brian Charles to be at his best today. Cut away from Glenn, straight to Cooper.
There's a nice breeze blowing across that will enable him to drift the ball into Javel Glenn. And looking to spin it away. There was a bit of turn on offer. This one just a bit too wide. Glenn just leaving it alone. It's a packed offside field.
Short cover, extra cover, deep cover on the boundary. That's Terence Hinds on the backward point, as well as a first slip on a long off. There's 3 fielders on the leg side boundary. Webster's at long on, Jade Gooley's at short mid wicket, and Navin Bidesi. The 3 subs fielding on the leg side.
Much better line there by Brian Charles. Encourage him to give it a bit more air. That's a nice delivery. It's a bit slower as well. Try and entice Javel Glenn. Doesn't need much enticing because he's normally one to enjoy hitting the boundaries. But he's played such a wonderful innings. Paced it so well. 103 of 165 deliveries. This one a bit short and cut. Straight out to deep point. It's Terence Hinds. Does the cleanup work. It's one more to Glenn. Mansingh starting the day on 51. He's now pushed on to 65. Partnership has pushed on now to 143. Brian Charles coming over the wicket, changing the angle to Abhijay Mansingh.
On the leg side.
That finishes over the 92nd over. It's 294 for 6.
It's a bit of a nightmare situation for Trinidad and Tobago. We've lost their strike bowler, their leg spinner Yannick Karaya. They've lost Shannon Gabriel now to injury as well. We hope that Shannon will be able to continue. And it just seems to go from bad to worse here. They had a horrible day in the field to me. I think 3 or 4 drop chances towards the end of the day's play, and Javel Glenn would have had a chance. I don't think Mansingh gave any away, and Glenn would have been dropped on about 65. They dropped Blackwood twice early, and I think also there was one more that I just can't seem to remember at the moment. And there was also a couple of LBW appeals that I thought they were unlucky not to get, so they want to just put yesterday behind them, but the way they've started so far today, no fault of the Red Force bowlers. I think they've bowled well, but Jamaica have just been excellent.
Yeah, definitely credit has to be given to the Jamaica Scorpions. Batters more so Javel Glenn and Mansingh, in addition to Jermaine Blackwood, who batted really well yesterday, and Cook Mackenzie as well, who dug in as opening the batting and occupied the crease. So that's one of the most important things that you have to do in Test cricket.
I think Mackenzie would be disappointed he didn't get a bigger score though. He did all the hard work, and it was hard work early on, the way that Gabriel was bowling to him, and Joshua James as well. It's a good delivery. That's around the area that you want to be. James, if he could consistently hit that line, he could cause some problems for Glenn.
Yeah, it's a beautiful line indeed. It's Amar Samaru, avid supporter of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and Night Riders. Anything that comes out of Trinidad and Tobago. Joshua James. It's just nice consistent line. Bit short. Just angled out.
I would like to see him pitch it up just a bit more with the ball being new. So just a reminder that Trinidad and Tobago took the new ball at the start of play today. So this ball is into its 6th over now. It's going to be new still. The pink ball, as we know, Vishram, it swings all day. So you'd want to take advantage of that early on.
And there's still quite a bit of cloud cover as well. not as much as it was yesterday. Lovely breeze blowing across this ground. Joshua James deciding to come round the wicket.
I think it's a good ploy. If he can get that ball just on about that off stump and get it to just angle away from Glenn, that's a dangerous delivery, and we've seen a lot of fast bowlers take that approach, especially the infamous Kemar Roach. It's something that he has been excellent at throughout his test career. Just coming round the wicket, getting the ball to angle in and just nip away. It's almost an impossible delivery to play at.
2 men on the boundary on the leg side. Oh, that's a close leave again there, but it's either a good leave or a bad leave, and on this occasion it's another good leave. Very
Once
tight
again, it seems that Glenn is trusting the wicket. He's trusting the length, and there's no reason for him not to at this stage. The wicket has not shown any sign of keeping low just yet. So Glenn trusting the bounce of the wicket, leaving that one. It was on and about that middle and off stump line, and he just left it, went straight over the top of middle.
It's been an excellent over by Joshua James. Very good lines in this over.
That's another good one. Bit too short. No shot offered from Glenn, but definitely going down the leg side and over the stumps. So a good finish, a maiden over for Joshua James. His 7th maiden at the end of over number 93, 294 for 6. And as you see there, batting to come, Odin Smith, very dangerous. OJ Shields can hit a long ball as well, and Makino Mindley, who just recently made his one international debut for the West Indies. Had a decent game against Bangladesh.
Yeah. Now we have Brian Charles continuing from the sun, and it's important that he supports Joshua James here, because Joshua just bowled an excellent over. It was a maiden over. You know, had Javel Glenn in a spot of borders, he was in 2 minds. There was some tight leaves. He was bowling excellent line. So it's important that Brian Charles continues to build on that pressure, bowl those dot balls if he's unable to take the wicket.
A lot of credit has to go to Mansingh, though. I think Glenn has prospered on having Mansingh as a partner. It's made it a lot easier for him. And you spoke to Javel this morning about that, and he said it was just calm. They were just taking it ball by ball, and just playing the game smartly. So credit to them both.
Yeah, they've been really impressive. Partnership has now pushed on to 144. Short leg comes out, and he's going into a short cover. Charles.
Good delivery from Brian Charles there.
Yeah. Trevor Glenn just adding just 5 runs to his overnight score of 99 so far. So he's been patient.
Red Force bowlers have bowled well, and that time Brian Charles and Kamil Puran unable to stop that one from going down to Gully. And Glenn gets another single. Should not be long before we see the Frenchman, Carey Pay, who has been excellent for Trinidad and Tobago this year. You need a wicket, and he's got to be the guy you turn to when you need a wicket.
Yeah, he stands in first.
Oh, a chance there. Just wide of Kamil Puran at short leg. And Brian Charles, unfortunate there. It was always going away from Puran. It was never going to be easy. None of those catches at short leg are ever really easy. See Puran taking a step to his right now.
Reaction time, very important on that occasion.
And he's dropped it! Kamil Puran! One ball after a missed opportunity, he has dropped it. It went straight to him this time. He took that step to his right, and he was unable to hold on. Let's have a look at this again. Well, another. That has to go down as another drop chance for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, that's a much easier chance than the one previously, and this one was directly at him. He's probably getting up a little too early. This one down to the ankles and was unable to hold on. Continue to rue their chances here, the Red Force team. That's the fourth chance going a begging, along with a couple run-out opportunities.
So that is the end of over number 94, 298 for 6. A couple of chances in that over for Brian Charles. He's bowled well in that over. You've got to give him some credit. And unfortunately for him, he does not get the wicket. Joshua James is going to continue after that brilliant last over.
So they're creating the opportunities, just unable to hold on. So earlier in a couple previous overs from Joshua James, he would have taken the edge, ball going through the vacant third slip region. Abhijay Mansingh, beneficiary of those deliveries. Joshua James will continue round the wicket to Javel Glenn. Burly left-handed batsman. That's a bit of a Chris Gale finish. He's a big fan of the Universe boss.
As we see, Shannon Gabriel has joined us. So good signs for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. It's a bit too wide there from James, but a better length. He's getting the ball up a little bit more, letting it swing. Jid Gully is now off the field. He has been replaced by Shannon Gabriel. So it's good to see Shannon back. It obviously shows that it wasn't anything too serious in the end.
We haven't seen much movement in the ball this morning. There hasn't been much swing or much deviation of the wicket. So Scorpions continue to build. It's 298 for 6. This one again wide outside the off stump and just left by Javel Glenn. You can see the concentration of the man. He seems focused and locked in to not convert this 100 into a big 100. One of those big daddy hundreds. 150, 160.
Maybe even a double. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would not want that to happen whatsoever, but they've got to take their chances. It's as simple as that. Glenn could have been gone on 65. Mansingh could have been gone twice in the last over. On 65 as well, funnily enough.
Yeah.
Better line there from James. A bit closer. But well played from Glenn. They continue to manipulate the strike well.
Yeah, it's good strike rotation. Good intensity between the wickets, running between the wickets. That's important. Relieves pressure. Doesn't allow a bowler to bowl 6 consecutive deliveries at you. That's what any bowler would want, preferably, so that they can work out their plans. This occasion, Glenn just being able to find the gap, rotate strike, go down to the non-strikers end. Abhijay Mansingh now taking up strike at change in field. So the gully now comes into that third slip.
Pull away down the leg side, and that is it. Joshua James has gotten the breakthrough. Mansingh has to go, and Jamaica lose a wicket just before 300.
Yeah, disappointed Abhijay Mansingh. We'll have to see on the replay whether he got anything onto that. Strangle down the leg side. Umpire Shannon Crawford raising that dreaded index finger. You can see the disappointment there.
Yeah, definitely got some glove onto maybe top half of the bat. But Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would be very happy to pick up that wicket. That's the breakthrough they needed. And if it's any evidence of what we saw yesterday, where Jamaica built a big partnership and then lost 2 or 3 quick wickets, Trinidad and Tobago would want that to be the case, because Joshua James continues to be impressive. 9 wickets now in his last 3 innings. He's in great form with ball in hand. But it's also, what we've seen is that James has bowled some brilliant deliveries, but the bad balls are getting the wickets. That one was just a short ball down the leg side.
Yeah, and it's bringing the demise of Abhijay Mansingh. Extremely disappointed. Possibly be, such a bad delivery down the leg side and getting some glove or inner edge into it and straight into the gloves of Joshua De Silva, gleefully accepting that chance. So the loss of the 7th wicket, Jamaica Scorpions 299 for 7, brings in the burly Odin Smith.
Better known as Fishhead. He's represented Trinidad and Tobago Red Force before, early on when the professional cricket league just became a thing where you could have brought in players around, and it became a franchise type tournament. So he's also no stranger to the Brand Cricket Academy. Obviously, represented the West Indies as well. Many CPL teams. He's played in the IPL, so he's been around. Odean Smith, he's a top cricketer. And in this tournament, he's been in pretty good form, and he's been doing what he does best, and that's clearing the boundary. So Joshua James would know that Odean Smith is looking to score quickly, and they're probably going to try to get up to 350 as soon as they possibly can.
Joshua James again delivering the goods for the Red Force. He's bowled excellently. 3 for 36 in his 15th over. Was able to pick up 2 early wickets yesterday, and once again this morning taking that breakthrough with the new ball.
And just saw umpire Rajkumar having a word with Smith, because he tends to bat way outside his crease for the fast bowler. He was probably in the danger area, so good delivery from James. Tucking him up, not allowing him arms.
It's a good start. And you can see he's building that pressure constantly, creating chances at the Red Force. So they're bowling well in partnership at the moment, both Joshua James and Brian Charles. Previous over was a maiden from Joshua James. Now this one was able to pick up the wicket.
Shows you what pressure does. It shows you what bowling dot balls does, and that's what Trinidad and Tobago have to understand. In this game, they've been good throughout the competition. It's just this game they've been a bit off of it. Down the leg side again, and you saw Odean Smith looking to play his shots early on, and that brings another good over to an end. Joshua James, 15 overs, 3 for 36. At the end of 95, it's 299 for 7. It's about 15 minutes away from the first hour of the drinks break, so Trinidad and Tobago will want to get another before that. Brian Charles to continue from the southern end.
Javel Glenn now. Will his approach change? Odean Smith is a naturally attacking batsman. So is Javel Glenn, but he's pieced this in so beautifully. It's been an intelligent knock by him.
I think it's a bit different in the way. Yes, they are both aggressive batsmen, but I think Odean Smith is an out-and-out power hitter, where Javel Glenn is a proper batsman. No, not taking anything away from Odean's ability with the bat, because we've seen him do some amazing things, but I think it shows in the way that they batted and the order that they're in. Javel Glenn a lot earlier up, batting at I thought he batted well at number 5. It's a good position for him. The Odean Smith is here as a finisher more than anything.
Nicely stroked down to long off for 1. It's important that Odean recognizes that Javel is in, and he needs someone to stay with him and continue to build it. That's the 300 now for Jamaica Scorpions, 300 for 7 in the 96th over. Glenn seems destined for a big 100.
I think Odean Smith is going to play his game. I think he's going to go after them and try to give the Scorpions some quick runs, and then get Trinidad and Tobago in. And try to pick up some early wickets and set them on the back foot early as possible in this game.
Well played there by Odean. Curbing his natural aggression, but the field is well spread. It's a long on, a deep mid wicket, and a deep backward square. Under onside. This one. Here he's using his feet, and he's going all the way for 6. It's a beautiful shot. Well, good use of the feet there by Odean Smith, as you called it, Liam.
Yeah, that's the way he's going to play, and that's the way he knows, that's the way he enjoys playing. And excellent there from Smith. He moves on now to 6. The score is past 300 now, 306 for 7.
Good thing about that shot is that he used his feet, he got to the pitch, and it wasn't a wild hack across the line. played through the line of the delivery and hitting it over long off for 6. So that was a beautiful shot. Don't mind seeing shots like that. Hope that he'll continue for the sake of the Scorpions. Even if you're Brian Charles, you're not disappointing because you know that if a batsman is batting aggressively, he can't give you a chance.
Long and long off now. A deep mid wicket and a deep backward square. It's a T20 type field. Fishhead goes again. And this time it's even bigger. 6 more for Odin Smith. And right on cue, just as we thought, he's going to come out and he's going to play his shots.
He's taking the attack to Brian Charles here now. And that's 2 consecutive 6s.
That one was flatter as well.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot. He's going inside out, keeping his shape. This one nicely played into the onside, so keeping... It's good batting there by Odin Smith. It's quickly moves on to 12 of 6 deliveries. Scorpions 312 for 7.
I think it's time to get Kari Pay involved from the southern end because he's full of trickery, Kari Pay, and I think if Odin Smith is going to go this way, Pay is a good matchup for him to try to get that wicket. It looks like Terence Hinds maybe. Or is it going to be James to continue? We just have I think it should be James. He picked up a wicket in the last over, and it is going to be the big man from Tobago.
Yeah, he's bowled very, very well indeed, and he needs to continue to deliver the goods for the Red Force team. He's taken 3 wickets out of the 7. He's bowled well throughout the morning.
Yeah, I think they need James at his best day.
But I think that's a good call, Liam, in terms of getting Kari Pierre involved. And it will be an excellent matchup against Odin Smith, who will continue to play his shots, and getting the ball spinning away from him will pose a bigger challenge.
Here comes James, round the wicket to Glenn. Good delivery. That's exactly the line that I spoke about, just getting that ball on and about off stump and getting it to angle away from Glenn. If Glenn played at that, he would have been in some problems, so good judgment as well from him.
Yeah, that's a really nice delivery indeed. It's just slightly shaping away. Nice angle into Glenn. Just gentle shape away into that slip cordon area. So it's really been a good spell by Joshua James. Nice. Again, just
wide.
on and about that off stump area.
Yeah, just about there. Right outside that off stump, as you mentioned. Just wait to get back that shot, but you see a supporter who is all in the corner by himself, just focused on the cricket, sitting a bit too close to the bin for my liking.
Definitely been some intriguing cricket here this morning.
Given straight to Jason Mohammed.
Joe Glenn would have been disappointed a bit there, unable to find the gap. It's a bit of a half volley and finding Jason Mohammed in cover, so it's no run. James continuing to bowl well. He's building a lot of pressure with the dot balls. Was able to pick up the only wicket to fall this morning. Abhijay Mansingh strangled down the leg side, taken by Joshua De Silva behind the stumps. Javel Glenn is pushed on to 108, scoring 9 runs overnight, adding 9 runs to his overnight score of 99. And Odin Smith, new to the crease, facing 6 deliveries, scoring 2 maximums over long off of the bowling of Brian Charles. So Odin Smith has definitely brought some impetus to this Jamaica Scorpions innings.
See Terence Hinds get himself ready. And James has bowled an extended spell this morning. I think this is a 6th over, is it? Oh. 5th in fact. So we might just see Terence Hinds come and relieve him. Driven! Jason Mohammed diving to his left. Unable to pick up that one. That's 4 runs for Javel Glenn.
Yeah, this time being able to find the gap, and that's what he was disappointed previously. On this occasion, he didn't miss out, and he found the gap, and that's 4 more to Javel Glenn. Striking it quite nicely. Been there for a long time, 185 deliveries. Seeing it well. Definitely wants to carry on. May have been a bit uppish, but most importantly, he was able to find a gap and reaping the rewards of that. It's a beautiful outfield. It's lush green, but still very quick. Short of the length, just going back into that area. Just well left again by Javel. Shown a lot of patience. Gonna see a bowling change now. Coming from the sudden end.
It's gonna be Hinds to replace Brian Charles from the southern end. Thought we would have seen Kyrie Pay maybe, but Hinds gonna get his opportunity again. He bowled well yesterday in his first spell. Second spell he was a bit all over the place, but he was creating things in that first spell. You'd want to pick up from that. I thought he bowled better from the northern end, which is why I would have maybe held him back now. Give James maybe one more, or even take James off. Bring Hinds there from the northern end and continue it. Carry Pay from this end, but we'll have to wait and see what's the thinking for Joshua De Silva.
Opportunity now for Terrence Hinds to take his first wicket in this match. None for 46 in 10 overs.
He's going to go out with a deep square leg and a deep point. Oh, yeah. And a fine leg. Camel Puran's down at fine leg. 2 slips and a gully. Here is Hinds. First ball for Terrence Hinds of the 2. And starts well. A lot of space on that leg side.
Nicely played there by Odin Smith, just stroking it into the onside. The field is spread for him. Was able to rotate strike and bring Glenn on. Nice partnership again, starting to develop. It's on 18. So this is what the Scorpions would continue to want. Partnerships to develop and push their score on. They will want to bat as long as possible. Deep into day 2. Red Force, of course, wanting to pick up these 3 wickets as quickly as possible. Glenn has other ideas, continues to be patient and leave those deliveries outside the off stump.
Well, feel a bit different for Glenn. In fact, it's the exact same field. Now that I look at it, deep backward square, deep fine leg and a deep point. 2 slips and a gully as well. So Hinds seems to have the same plan.
Haven't seen much short deliveries in this match. I've seen a lot of bouncers. This one stroked neatly into the offside, and that's one more. So good strike rotation between Glenn and Odin Smith.
I think that the issue is in terms of the short stuff. It's a good wicket. It's a hard wicket, but it's not a fast wicket. So if you go short and you go into the pitch, I think the ball's gonna hold up a bit, and it'll be pretty easy for Glenn, who's on 113. He's been out there for long enough, and Odin Smith, who's shown his intentions early here. So I think that's more why we've not seen the short stuff, even with the newer ball. Especially with the newer ball, you want to make use of that swing as long as possible.
This one outside the off stump, and Odin Smith flashing at it. Getting a bit of room, but unable to make contact. Third man is quite a bit square. It's more like a deep point, deep backward point. There's 2 slips and a gully. Cover and a mid-off. Odin Smith, since coming in, it's looked very aggressive. This one, it's nice onto the pads again and just tucked into the onside down to fine leg. Kamil Puran picks up. And just one more to Odin Smith.
not been a bad start from Hinds. But I think because of how spread the field is, it's been easy for them to rotate the strike. 3 runs off the over, not bad at all. Trinidad and Tobago would not want to let these two settle into a partnership. It's already up to 20. And Jamaica moving along nicely, 319 for 7. Good delivery again from Hinds. Played straight to Cooper at gully, and the end of over number 98. The Jamaica Scorpion sitting pretty at 319 for 7. We approach the first drinks break as well. It should be after the over. 1:57 p.m. Remember, we started at 1 o'clock here, local time in Trinidad and Tobago. Kyrie Pay is going to replace Joshua James now from the media center end, the northern end. And we spoke about this. We wanted Kyrie Pay into the attack earlier. Not as early as possible, because he has been the strike bowler for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And now, yesterday he bowled well, 22 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 64. He's in to his first spell now of day 2.
Update from the IPL. Today we would have seen Kolkata Knight Riders taking on the Sunrisers of Hyderabad. Kolkata with Sunil Narine and Andre Russell. They were victorious by 80 runs. Comprehensive victory there for them.
Yeah, Sunil Narine actually picked up his 200th IPL wicket. Well, congratulations in order for him.
Yeah, class act. It's Sunil Narine, man from East Trinidad. This one an inside edge and already creating a chances. Kari Pierre, and this one both batsmen able to jog through for 2. So that's just one slip in play for Dean Smith of the bowling of Kari Pierre. It's a very spread field, widespread field. Long on, long off, deep mid wicket, sweep on the offside. Smith just playing it along back to the bowler. Joshua De Silva just trudges across and picks up. Bit slower through the air is Kari Pierre.
I think that's the plan as well to Odin Smith. You don't want to give him pace on the ball because he hits the ball a long way. So you're going to want him to have to make pace on the ball, and that's by hitting the ball a lot harder. And that could become a wicket-taking opportunity for the Red Force. Well bowled there from Pay. That was the arm ball that worked so well for him yesterday.
Odin Smith just curbing his aggression at the moment. This one been given a bit more air, and it's straight and it's given out. Umpire Shannon Crawford raises that index finger, and that's the end of Odin Smith, another disappointed looking Scorpion.
And that's exactly what we spoke about. Kari Pay coming into the attack and getting something done for Trinidad and Tobago. It's that arm ball that we spoke about time and time again. And he picks up wicket number 3 and the 8th Jamaica Scorpion victim. At the end of Odin Smith's innings, he goes for 16. And with that, we're going to take a short break as we have drinks here at the Mansingh Cricket Academy. Oh, a couple of runs there to Marquino. Mainly 3, in fact, to end this carry pair over at the end of 99. 3-2-4 for 8. Mainly striking at 300.
Successful start to carry pair. That one striking Odin Smith in front of middle stump and would have gone on to hit the wicket. Seemed disappointed. Once he didn't get any bat onto it, would have been like before wicket, and umpire Shannon Crawford was in agreement, raising that index finger, and so the end of Odin Smith. Brief cameo.
It's gonna add up in the end, though, that 16 there, and spark some impetus into the innings as well. And as Jamaica look to close it on 350, gets another batting point. Here is Terence Hinds down the leg side, and I think that's good from Hinds. I don't mind that too much because you want to be aggressive and attack the stumps. You want to, especially to a man who's coming in at number 10 to bat, you want to attack that middle and leg stump and make him play at everything. Don't give him anything to, just leave alone outside your stump.
Yeah, definitely a good ploy to bowl wicket to wicket. Makino Mindley, tall in stature. This one, he's been able to deflect it down the leg side and it will go all the way into the boundary. So that's 4 runs, it appears, off the bat of Makino and into the boundary. So it continues to keep up that healthy strike rate.
A bit too straight on this occasion from Terence Hinds. Just needs to attack the stump, so that one was going down the leg. So just needs to improve on that.
328 for 8. Jamaica Scorpions continue to bat. And bat well. Javel Glenn, that's a nice stroke there. That's a glorious shot indeed. Pass straight back past the bowler and down the ground for 4. Glorious by Makino Mendley.
And you can see the clear plan here is to try to get them to 350 as soon as possible. And it was up in the air. A chance of a catch for Hinds, but I don't think that one was as easy as the one that he dropped yesterday with Jermaine Blackwood.
That was definitely well hit and raced into the boundary.
Hinds needs to come back now. He needs to how does he come back from this? 2 sips and a gully in place. He's now going with Joshua James at deep square. So I think short ball is an option. We've not seen one in this game so far, but here comes Hinds again, running away from the southern end. Short and wide outside the off stump. An appeal. And he's given. That's it. Terence Hinds gets the wicket. Mindley has to go for a well played 11, a quick 11. And Terence Hinds picks up his first wicket on return.
Yeah, better deviation of the bat and going through to the keeper. So another dismissal for Joshua De Silva behind the stumps. Brief cameo once again. So a very attacking approach by the Jamaica Scorpions lower order batters. And sees the demise now of Makino Manley. He goes. Jamaica Scorpions 332 for 9. Scoring at 3.33 runs and over.
And that brings OJ Shields into the crease. He's in at number 11. 350 as Visham is the next batting point, and now I think is when Javel Glenn is going to open up because he's batting with number 11, and I think Red Force need to be aware of that. Carry Pay should be the man to continue. Really wasn't the greatest of deliveries from Terence Hinds, but that's been the
norm.
It's been the norm in this game. The bad balls are getting wickets, not from the spinners. I think the spinners bowl well, but we take a look back to yesterday. John Campbell got one that was short and wide. He cut it straight to backward point. Brandon King got a pretty ordinary delivery on his middle stump. He flicked it straight to Mohammed at short mid wicket. And even this morning, Joshua James got Mansingh hooking one down the leg side. Hinds has now picked up Makino Mindley with one that was short and wide as well. So it's become the norm, as you mentioned.
OJ Shields taking his guard from umpire Lyndon Rajkumar. He'll be facing up Terence Hinds, who has 2 deliveries left in his over. Red Force looking to wrap up this Scorpions innings.
3 slips and a gully in for OJ Shields. First ball from Hinds. Down the ground, 4 runs. OJ Shields opening up first ball. He smacked Hinds straight back past him. And the Scorpions move on to 3-3-6 for 9.
Yeah, that's a very aggressive approach here by OJ Shields. Just clearing his front foot, stand and deliver stuff, and smacking it down over long off for 4.
I think if I'm Terence Hinds, I'm going for a Yorker at the stumps. That one was just full on angling away from the off stump. Outside the off stump, sorry. Now he's gone. He's taken out the third slip and he's gone to carry pay at backward point. Mohammed goes around to a straighter cover and Webster goes back at mid off. And OJ Shields has gone up and over and he's gone all the way for 6. 18 of the over.
Yeah, it's just dress rehearsal for T20 stuff here by the Scorpion lower orders. That's a maximum. Over long off again. Right up in the slot. And Shields goes bang! Over long off for 6. And that's a really good start for OJ Shields. Striking at 500. It's 342 for 9. They're just 8 runs short of that extra bonus point. Can the Scorpions get there? Trevor Glenn will be taking up strike. He'll be facing Kari Pierre.
And he's definitely going to go for it. So James is out there now at deep mid wicket. Kamil Puran at long on. Jason Mohammed making his way down to long off. And Webster at deep cover. That's the 4. And fifth now, Terence Hinds heads out to deep backward square. So 5 out on the boundary. That was the end of over number 100. On 100, 342 for 9. So they've been going at a decent rate, 3.42. Here comes Kari Pierre. And in fact, they've now gone with an extra fielder down at deep mid wicket. So the plan is definitely going to be to get Gabriel Glenn off strike. Gabriel is going to go to deep mid wicket. So 2 fielders in the circle. What the imaginary circle that is. So they get Glenn off strike first ball and they're going to bowl at Shields. Good thinking from the Red Force. Joshua De Silva putting on his thinking cap there and the plan working well. So they're going to go back to normal now. Kamil Puran comes into short leg. Puran is running from long off to short leg, so he'll want to hope that OJ Shields does not get a single on this ball and he has to go back down there.
Glenn trusting his partner OJ Shields, taking the single of the first delivery.
It's going on to have a word with him now, and I think the word would be get me back on strike. Pierre has gone with a long on, long off, and deep mid wicket, and everybody else up in the circle. As I said, the imaginary circle. Gabriel at short mid wicket, Puran at short leg, Charles at slip, Django at short cover, Hinds at backward point, and James at cover. We're ball from Pierre.
Solid defense there by OJ Shields. Yeah, 3 men on the boundary, and that's deep mid wicket, long on and long off. In the event to give Kari Pierre some protection. Really solid, yeah. That's good batting by OJ Shields. He knows that he has Trevor Glenn on the non-strikers, and he's on 114, batting well. Jamaica Scorpions 7 away from an additional point. That's well bowled. He gets it an inside edge and it goes into the vacant fine leg region and gets 1, so gets Trevor Glenn back on strike with 2 deliveries remaining. You would expect that they would try to keep Trevor Glenn on strike, off strike for the next over, the Red Force. So a couple fielders staying within the 30 yards. Now we see just long off out on the boundary on the offside. Now on the onside we have long on and deep mid wicket, a deep backward square. Kari Pierre giving this one some air and stroke neatly down to long on. So Glenn, another single, 1 ball remain in this over. Can OJ Shields survive?
It's not even about surviving at this point. It's can OJ Shields hit another boundary. He's been completely aggressive and he's put Terence Hinds over long off and he's put a Makshay back over his head for 4 as well. So he's looked the part. They spread the field because they would want Shields to get back to strike for the next over. And a beauty from pair. So at the end of 101, 3, 4, 5 for 9. Carry pair, 24 overs, 3 wickets, 72 runs. And Terence Hinds is going to continue, is it?
It's an excellent over by Carey Pierre there. Very well bowled final delivery. Just spinning past the edge of O.J. Shields through to Joshua De Silva. Continues to have a good game behind the stump.
You see some supporters here at the Royal Cricket Academy. Not much people around. It's Friday. It's Thursday actually. And still 2:15 in the day. A lot of people at work. And I think last night there was a lot more people here after we're coming to see the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force play. Sure there's some Jamaica Scorpions fans somewhere around there as well. Hinds to continue. Django is going to come out at of slips. One slip on a gully. A deep backward square, fine leg. A deep point. Cover. Mid off. A long on. And Django is actually heading out to deep mid wicket. So I think it's just about giving Glenn the single. Ooh, fishing at one outside the off stump. Better delivery from Hinds. Even for 18 in the last over. We'd want to come back well from that. Good to see De Silva showing faith in him. He's an excellent bowler.
O.J. Shields deciding to be very attacking against Terence Hinds in the previous over. Hitting him for 4 and 6 of the final 2 deliveries. As Glenn facing up. Third man goes back, and this one is a bit of inside edge down to fine leg, but Glenn on this occasion deciding to decline the single, so wanting to face the majority of balls from Terence Hinds. So he's allowing him to face the spin of Carey Pierre, but the pace of Terence Hinds deciding that he wants to face the majority of those balls.
Well, it's quite interesting because Shields faced 2 balls of Hinds and hit him for 4 and 6, so seems to be more capable with the fast bowler. Does not take the single again, straight down to backward point. Deep backward point, that is. So Glenn, I think he wants to get there on his own, get them to 350 on his own. You think they're going to declare Vishram, or you think they're going to go and just keep getting as much as they possibly can?
Yeah, they'll definitely keep batting on. It's a very good batting wicket, and get as much as you can in first innings. It's 345 for 9.
Cut away. This time he's going to take the single. He wants to. Cooper gets it back in quickly. Good work from Cephas Cooper down at deep backward point. The third man, in fact. And Glenn gets a single in the 4th ball of the over.
That's good work by Cephas Cooper down at third man, restricting the batters to just a single. So now that brings O.J. Shields into strike. It's 11 of 6 deliveries.
As you can see on the scoreboard there, the board is actually right. They did get a single of the last ball. We just await the squares upstairs to correct that. But 3, 4, 6 for 9 is the correct total in 101.4. And O.J. Shields is on strike. Glenn's on 116. Shields is on strike now. Here comes Hinds. Short delivery. Good bowling from Terence Hinds. No number 11 is going to enjoy facing up to that.
Collapsing his back leg and hooking at the same time. Doesn't seem very comfortable to the short delivery, O.J. Shields. So, well set field as well. Deep backward square and a fine leg. Could possibly look at, if he's going with the short ball tactic, just get one more onto the onside. This ball can just get a top edge and go into that onside area, but here's Terence Hinds. This one full onto the pads and just defended out to mid on. Another single declined. So that's the final delivery of that over, the 102nd over of the innings. Javel Glenn will be on strike for the next delivery, and he's batted well. 115 of 197 deliveries, anchored in the innings quite well. Kari Pier to continue from the northern end.
Yeah.
So it's 346 for 9. Kari Pier to Javel Glenn.
Everyone on the boundary except a cover fielder and the slip and the keeper. So they're trying to get Glenn to take the single. He's not budging.
I think he's just waiting for that right delivery. So this another delivery by Kari Pier. A bit flatter. Not willing to give it much air to Javel Glenn at this point in time. He knows that Glenn will be looking to extend those arms a bit.
But I don't think it's a bad idea to give it air either, because I miss hit. Everyone's on the boundary. You got a chance of getting him out. And you know he's trying to get to that 350. That's well played. Straight down the ground. No run. Amir Django gets around that long on. It's a good looking shot though.
Yeah, beautiful shot for no run. Javel Glenn doesn't want to throw away his innings. This one's short and wide. We just played out to the man at deep cover. That's no run. So a bit of a stalemate here at the moment. Both teams.
The Silver bringing in some of the fielders now to try to encourage Glenn to play a shot.
2 balls remaining is preventing him from getting the strike. So, but still quite a number of men on the boundary. Just mid-wicket and cover coming in.
So if he's got cover deep backward square, long on long off and deep mid-wicket out. Glenn goes over the top, and that is going to be 4 runs. Exactly what the Silver wanted was for Glenn to try to go over the top, but he connected cleanly, and the Jamaica get up to 350.
Yeah, that's a glorious shot, and that's a good field management by Javel Glenn. He saw that cover came up and went over the top of cover and into the boundary for 4. So excellent batting by Glenn. Continues to show his mental strength. 120 of 200 deliveries. It's been a glorious innings by this young man. One delivery remaining in this over. They'll be looking for a single to get on strike. Still in quite a few gaps, and he's that's well bowled by Kari Pier, and prevents Glenn from getting the strike. So it means that OJ Shields will be facing up the first delivery of that following over.
Yeah, I mean personally I'd go challenge Gabriel if he's fit enough to bowl, and he seems to be getting himself ready. It's actually going to be Terrence Hinds, never mind. I would have gone with Gabriel for that extra pace that he brings, and he's bowling to a number 11, running and bowl hard and hit the middle stump. But Hinds does have the capability to do that as well.
So his final wicket partnership with on 18 runs. It's 350 for 9. Terrence Hinds continuing from the sudden end. And it's short but well played by OJ Shields. He just defends it. Back to the bowler who picks up and no run. 350 for 9. TNT Red Force choosing to field first on day 1. Would have definitely ruled their chances that they've missed. Number of drop chances, run out opportunities, going a begging.
They've lost Correa as well. It's not been the greatest of first innings for Trinidad and Tobago. Here comes Hinds again from the southern end, and Shields not playing on that one.
This one just leaving it alone on the bounce. Short of a length. Well left by OJ Shields. Not willing to get behind it. If it's outside of stump, he'll flash hard at it.
Edging, is he? He missed it actually. I thought got a bit of an on the edge. It was a good take from the silver. So just missing the leg stump. Let's have a look at that again.
He's giving himself a lot of room, exposing his stumps. There's no one out on the offside, so therefore he's looking to give himself room, clear that front leg and go over the top.
Here comes Hinds again. Needs to look to hit the stumps.
Two deliveries remain. A signal by Raj Kumar. Shields has done well to survive.
Needs to be just a bit straighter, Hinds. It's around there, that middle and off stump line, just there.
Mid off is going a little 3/4 way back to the boundary now.
Good delivery again. Glenn wants a single and he's going to get there quite easily.
So you can see both men growing in confidence. Trevor Glenn now allowing OJ Shields to go to the non-striker end on that occasion. It's just one ball remaining. He'll probably be looking to maximize this opportunity. Maybe a single, or if he gets a scoring opportunity to get that boundary. He's on 120. Terran picking up his first wicket earlier on today in the match. Two slip on a gully. Third man, fine leg. Third man now comes in and goes to a backward point. So trying to restrict that single.
It's good thinking from Hinds.
Yeah, but
It's very good thinking from Terrence Hinds.
yeah, that's wide delivery down the leg side, and Glenn unable to get on anything onto it. It was just out of his reach. So it's a dot ball, and it now means that OJ Shield will be on strike, which is what the Red Force would like, and it will be Carry Pair to start an over.
He's got to face up to Carey, who's been excellent. And pick up the Red Force bowlers between him and James. It's a tough choice. I think they both done well. Here comes Pair into bowl to OJ Shields now. Not delivery to start. Looks pretty capable though, Javel. And OJ Shields actually looked pretty capable playing that shot. He was just down in front of him. Oh, good delivery again.
A bit of a mix-up, a chance of a run-out.
Not out, says umpire Rajkumar. Good work though from the man at backward point. That looks like Tion Webster, is it? Or is it Terrence Hinds?
You're going to get those opportunities now at the Red Force, because the fact that Glenn will want as much strike as possible. She's just stroking it into the offside and looking for that quick single, but it's good work by Terrence Hinds at backward point. And OJ Shields being able to return to the crease safely. It's a widespread field again. Deep mid wicket, long on, not long off. Bit of an in-out feel. This one.
Oh, so good delivery. That's the one, that arm ball that just kept coming back into the pads of Shields. She picked up a couple of wickets. He got William Smith with that one just a bit ago. Edging and just short of Brian Charles at first slip. This has probably been the most resistance that Trinidad and Tobago have seen in this tournament so far. They've ran over steamroll teams in the past few rounds, so especially that last game against Barbados. I think around this time they were looking to go home. it was so bad against Barbados that the game finished on Thursday, and by Friday, Joshua Da Silva, Kari Pear, Brian Charles, Amir Django, all of these guys were in action for Queen's Park at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah. Previous round playing against Barbados Pride, that game finishing within 2 days.
It shows how dominant the Red Force have been in this competition. But Jamaica showing that they're up for a fight here. At the end of over number 105, the Jamaica Scorpions 351 for 9. Kari Pear completes another maiden over. And with that, we will have a change. Vinod Mamchan will join Vishram Parmasa.
So the Scorpions continuing to bat well this morning. 351 for 9 after 105 overs. Javel Glenn starring that batting lineup, 120 of 202 deliveries. Still at the crease. He's accompanied by O.J. Shields, 12 runs of 19 balls. Terence Hinds to continue from the sudden end. As I welcome Mr. Vinod Mamchan to the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Vishram. I see that you guys have been taking wickets, but you can't get the wicket of Javel Glenn. He's on 120. And Terence Hinds, whose figures of 1 for 69, doesn't really reflect how well he has bowled. Really bowled well yesterday. Here is Hinds. Ooh, slow ball. Just following it, drawn into the shot there, Javel Glenn. If you were Javel Glenn at this point in time, what would be your approach?
Continue batting as, try and possibly look. If you get the opportunity to score, definitely do so. But he's batted so well. I don't want him to just play carelessly and risk free. Just continue batting. The opportunity is there to find the boundary. Do so. I think he's done well thus far. That's well bowled there by Hinds.
And just to give you an idea as to what is happening across the region. Well, right here in Trinidad and Tobago at the UWI campus, combined campuses and colleges, the home team 238, the West Indies Academy, they have responded with 211 for 5. And Becky Joseph from Trinidad and Tobago, 65 of 116 balls. Teddy Bishop is there on 72 not out at the moment, and with him Jordan Johnson, who is on 13. And if we just move across to St. Lucia, where the Widow Islands, the home team, 186. They had the Barbados Pride in a spot of butter this morning at 90 odd for 6, and the Pride rallying well to get up to 198 for a slim 12-run lead. And batting a second time, the Volcanoes are in problems. They've lost Jeremy Solozano, the Trinidadian. He failed to trouble the scorers today. And Kimani Melius, the St. Lucian, he went for 14. Kavim Hodge, the West Indies middle order batsman, is there on 4 not out. And with him, the West Indies number 3 batsman, Alec Atenes, who's the captain of the Windward Islands. He is on 12 not out. And if we could just jump on Pamisa's private jet and head across to Antigua, at Basseterre in St. Kitts. The Hurricanes responding this morning 335 in response to the Happy Eagles 193. So they have a handy lead of 142. Batting a second time, and a 43 without loss with Raymond Perez on 30 not out. And this is pushed away. There's a single. Puran is there. Matthew Nandu 11 there. So Ghana up against it. And of course, you know the situation here. Jamaica continues to bat 352 for 9. This being a day-night game, would not have started at 10 a.m. this morning, Vishram.
Yes, we were here around 11 o'clock this morning. Play starts at 1 p.m. local time.
So Terence Hinds is now bowling to O.J. Shields, who has proved to be a bit stubborn, but the 2 slips is there. Well, not there, but 2 slips and a gully waiting for the edge, and the line is all wrong. What Hinds wants to do, Vishram, is to continue in this mode and get the ball to go across there at first slip. Iran.
Slight break there in play as the Jamaican Scorpion batters taking some refreshments. How was your lunch, Mr. Mamchan?
Well, I didn't really have lunch just yet. I'm hoping to get tea, because tea is at 3 p.m. It's involving a couple meetings, you know. And then I had to rush back. So it's 352 for 9. Glenn is 121. And he's been marvelous. I know that you've particularly enjoyed his knock.
Yeah, most definitely. He's pieced his innings quite brilliantly. Started off very attacking and then realizing that his team was in a spot of border, anchored his innings well, and he was an excellent partnership with him and Abhijay Mansingh, and he's still there now, 121 not out.
Well, Brian Charles continues. He seems... Captain De Silva seems to have a lot of faith in Brian Charles.
Yeah, 25 overs, wicketless. Probably would have persisted with Carey Pierre.
I thought that would have been the obvious choice. Pierre has been in the pink of form this season.
Yeah, widespread field, only a slip and a mid-wicket within close proximity to the batter. This one
negative bowling there. They add. Now I know there are footmarks here. This is D2. It's not very pronounced, right around there. And what he wants to do against the left-hander is to hit it and see what will happen. Early days yet, but try what you can't be bowling to the left-hander right there. Looking to tuck him up to probably prevent him from scoring. You want to give him the single because you want O.J. Shields in there, which is what you have now. Let's have a look at the field. There's a solitary slip and forward short leg. They're in close catching position. Hinds is at backward point. Squarish cover mid-off. Short mid-wicket. And 2 guys posted, one on the deep backward square boundary and one at cow corner. 353 for 9. You wouldn't have thought that at 9 for 2 yesterday, or even 140 for 6.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful recovery by the Jamaica Scorpions batters, especially lower order. They've done a wonderful job. Trevor Glenn has been the mastermind behind this recovery.
This is what you want to see in West Indies cricket. You want to see fight. You want to see guys battle and battle hard. Stifle appeal. De Silva thought he had his man there. Not out, says umpire Shannon.
Closes over 107. Jamaica Scorpions 353 for 9. Very competitive first innings score.
You understand? But you've gotten your wish. Carry Pierre is back. He's back from the southern end, though. A lot of daylight between bat and pad there. I think Silver went up more in frustration. It's this good old Silver trying to hold Fox, the umpire, but umpire Shannon Crawford is he's not going to give anything. He's tough. He's not going to give anything at all.
So ringing the changes now is Joshua De Silva. Carripier, the sudden end. Now again allowing the easy single to try and get OJ Shields on strike. This partnership was pushed along to 21 runs. Even the slip comes out and goes into a short third man area. Javel Glenn persisted with his approach here this morning, hasn't thrown away his wicket.
And again, Carripier amongst the wickets, 3 for 76, but I don't like the body language of the Trinidad and Tobago players at this point in time, I'm afraid. 7 men on the boundary, and it gets us along the ground down to long on, 4 on the on, 3 on the off. Doesn't take the single. Well, Shields has faced 23 deliveries for his 12. I would have taken the single there. Drives through the offside, and with 4 men on the offside, it pierces everyone and into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, that's a glorious shot and beautifully done, finding that gap between long off and deep cover. So he's seeing it quite well, seeing it like a watermelon now. That ping ball scorching the outfield into the boundary. 4 more to Javel Glenn.
This time he's swinging and swinging well. Over the ropes for 6.
Yeah, that's a full toss and dispatched by Javel Glenn. Here we see the replay. Full toss onto the bat and he goes bang over mid-wicket. And another maximum. So he's taking the attack here now to the leading wicket taker of this competition, Carripier. Javel Glenn standing tall for the Scorpions. Carripier to continue. This one stroking it out into the offside. Wide off, mid, long off. Take the single, so just 1 ball remaining in this over. How impressed have you been with Javel Glenn?
Very impressed indeed. 133 has been an innings. He started aggressive and then he settled down nicely, played the situation. And I mean, it has been a mature knock for the most part. And it's an excellent batting track, I would dare add. I was having a word with Jason Mohammed this morning, and I don't think Jason will be happy with anything less than a double 100 here on this.
Oh, that's good to hear from Jason. And even more so in this final wicket partnership, 32 runs. Holding up the red force as they push towards that.
I think Mohammed, I haven't spoken about Jason Mohammed. I think they should probably try him. Try the man with the golden arm. See if he can get the breakthrough. In fact, they're going to do that.
Captain Mamchan.
Yeah, they're going to do that now. He's going to come in. I thought, though, yesterday he should have been given an extended bowl. I'll tell you why. To the eastern side of this ground, for those of you who have never been at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, on the eastern side of the ground, it's open. So the wind comes in powerfully. Now, at that end, he was bowling from the southern end. He was getting the ball to actually drift away from the right-handers because of the strong wind. And on pitching, it was turning back. Even at this end, he will get the ball to drift away from the left-hander, and on pitching will go even further.
And definitely bring into the slip-in play.
He's bowling to Glenn. He's giving him the option of a single. And he's bowling very, very slow. So he's allowing for grip. He's allowing for the ball to turn on the surface. He's a very experienced campaigner, Jason Mohammed.
This one short and whipped off his legs, but declining the single again. So it's either 6 or 4 he's looking for here now, Javel Glenn.
Ooh, we could have gotten him there, Mohammed.
You can see the craftiness of the man. Recognizing Glenn coming down the wicket and just pushing it through a bit faster into the pads.
Glenn left home a bit too early, and the inside had saved him there. Mohammed.
Oh, it's been an excellent over by Jason Mohammed so far, knowing that Glenn wants to attack. It's as if we're in T20 mode here now.
So now they're going to save the single. They're going to bring cover from the boundary into a mid-off position. There's still someone sweeping, and backward point on the boundary comes into a regulation backward point position. Harry Pear comes out of slip, goes to straight mid-on, and cow corner in the form of Puran comes in to mid-wicket. Here he is. And he's going to get a boundary here. The silver is giving chase. Can he pull it back? No, he can't.
Drifting onto the pads and just worked off his legs and picks up 4 more. Javel Glenn. Still
There's the silver. I think he might have caught it had he not been running with pads on, but can't fault the captain there. He gave it his all. 137 now, I think then.
It's really a wonderful knock. Having witnessing it live here at Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Brian Charles Lara would have been pleased with this innings. Couple adjustments to the field again. One delivery remain. He'll be looking for that single.
Followed him there, Mohammed. Still can't stop him from getting the single.
It's a leg by. 368 for 9. TNT Red Force continue to be frustrated on the field.
Yeah, this last wicket partnership is what, around 40 now?
37 runs being added for the 10th wicket. We're about 11 minutes away from our first tea break on day 2.
So Harry Pear was roughed up in the last over. He comes out of the attack, and Brian Charles is going to continue.
Glenn, who's on 137, will definitely be eyeing up 150. Deserving of it. Everyone on the boundary except the slip fielder.
So he's trying to be cheeky there. Trying to get it fine. There's a deep backward square on the boundary. Mid wicket is on the boundary as well. So he was trying to get that fine down to long leg.
He's played the field well throughout, did he? This one he's stroking it to long off. No run.
So he'll be eyeing 150 here, and he'll also be eyeing probably 400 for his team.
Yeah, he's a team man. Spoke to him earlier. He's very calm. Believes in his preparation. Scored 99 yesterday, unbeaten. So added another 38 runs this afternoon. My apologies. It's a strong wind blowing across the field. Slow in the air. Trying to tempt Javel Glen. 2 balls remain. A couple of the fielders come in. So a bit of cat and mouse here between the Red Force captain and Javel Glen.
And Glenn has been winning the battle so far. Somehow he just finds the gap to get the single, as he does here, so calmly.
So yeah, very much so calmly. That's been the order of the day for Javel Glen.
So just one delivery to get O.J. Shields. O.J. Shields played for the CCC before going back to Jamaica. Also playing for the CCC was Abjai Mansingh before going back to Jamaica, and for Trinidad and Tobago, Kamil Puran.
Well kept out by O.J. Shields. Survives another over.
So at the end of the over, it's 370 for 9. Best of the bowlers for Trinidad. Joshua James 3 for 40. Gary Payne has 3 for 87. Terence Hinds, he has a solitary wicket. So to Yannick Carrier, who is off with a hamstring injury.
Over 8 today hasn't been as impressive as it was yesterday. Just 23 overs bowled for the day thus far.
And Jason Mohammed, he also has a wicket. He will want 2 here. Trinidad and Tobago has a very strong batting lineup. It has been the strongest batting lineup in this year's tournament. You've had centuries, 3 centuries from Joshua De Silva, 3 from Jason Mohammed alone. Let's look at that. Amir Django has been prolific too.
Yeah, lots of runs. And they'll be required to score lots more if they are here, if they are to win on first innings or to get first innings points here at the Brian Lara Academy. Javel Glen, 138. Giving himself some room and playing it in the onside.
Well, basically what Mohammed is doing is to take his hands away from him. He's following him, just not giving him the room to free the arms. So Mohammed is asking him to do something silly if he wants runs.
Glenn is not willing to throw away his wicket at the moment. He's persisting, he's batting while he's waiting on that delivery, that loose one that he can score off. So he continue to just bat. He's on 138. There's 3 deliveries remaining in this over. It's a bit shorter. Into the pads, again cramping him for room. And he not giving him the use of the hands. It's 370 for 9. Very impressive first innings total here by the Scorpions. One stage they were 141 for 6.
Easily getting a single there. He wants 2. He's coming back. And the fielder labored to the ball, I dare say, knowing that it was just 1. Let's see, just a single. So I think he would have mischecked the balls because he wanted to go back.
Yes. And then recognizing that it's 1 ball remaining in the over for O.J. Shields to survive, he decides that he'll just stay for the single.
Well, it could be that, or it could be the fact that he thinks that it's so easy to get a single that he could have gotten one off the last delivery. Just a couple overs again to go to tea. They're attacking O.J. Shields now. 2 slips, point, cover, mid-off, short mid-wicket, backward square and deep backward square on the boundary. He's expertly forward. And frustration continues here for the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Yeah, OJ Shields batting for his team and batting for Javel Glenn, not willing to throw away his knock as well. Deciding that he knows that Javel Glenn is in and set. Striking at 60 runs per 100 ball. It's 139 of 231 balls. Jamaica Scorpions at 371. And they're just a couple of minutes away from the tea interval. Scorpions would be looking to go into the tea interval with bat in hand. As an opening batter for the Red Force, you know that your time is quickly approaching. You've been in the field for over 111 overs.
Well, I think the entire team thought that they would have been batting already, and then the openers would have probably thought that they would have been batting right now, because it's been quite a while since they took the 9th wicket. But she has had other ideas in supporting Javel Glenn.
Javel Glenn continues to bat smartly. He's just not gone at everything. He's willing to wait. He's been patient. Anchored this innings. Coming in at number 5 for the Scorpions.
This time he's going to take 1. So he's allowing Shields 3 deliveries. Shields would have probably proven to him that he can handle himself. 26 deliveries he has negotiated.
And his first 2 deliveries that he faced, he went 6-4. So he's definitely changed his approach as the innings has gone along, recognizing that Javel Glenn is there. And the Scorpions willing to continue to bat as long as they can. Lots of field changes. 3 balls remaining in this over. Brian Charles yet to take a wicket in this innings.
Brian will think that if he can just get 1, it may change things for him in the second innings. Ooh, she's trying his best to give him that.
Losing a bit of concentration there.
Yeah, with an offer like that, she could get married.
It's a wild hack. Across the line. This one giving himself room, and
Well, he's in trouble. Mohammed doesn't drop them. That's the end of the innings finally. And finally, he gets a wicket there. That is, of course, Brian Charles. And the Jamaican innings comes to a close on the stroke of tea, with the score 372 all out. And you have enjoyed Glenn so much, I will allow you to summarize his innings.
Yeah, wonderful knock by Javel Glenn. Deserving to come out not out. 140 of 234 deliveries. The Jamaica Scorpions closing on 372. Javel Glenn, as you walk out, you take the applause of your opponents and your comrades. What a wonderful knock it has been. Well played, Javel Glenn. Well played, Jamaica Scorpions. A very competitive first innings score.
Shannon Gabriel there is having a word with the troops, telling them, look, I want to put my foot up for the next 2 days. Please allow me that. Go out there, bat well, and let's get past this total. Jason Mohammed will have to have a big hand in that if it does happen. So that's the situation here. At the moment, we take a short break. We'll be with you at 20 minutes past 3.
Alright, so we're ready to resume action here on day 2, session 2. Session 1 closed with the Jamaica Scorpions 372 for 10. And the batting 112 overs, Javel Glenn 140 not out. Wonderful innings by the young man. As we resume action, it will be Makino Manley taking up the attack from the northern end. Facing up will be Sifa Scooper for the Red Force. 3 slip and a gully await. This one's full onto the pads. It's a no ball though. Signal by umpire Shannon Crawford. So I welcome Mr. Vinud Mamchan.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Abhisham. So Trinidad and Tobago, tall order to 372. They won without loss, but it has been a good batting unit this season, the Trinidad and Tobago team. And this is a pretty good batting track as well.
Yeah, most definitely it's a good batting wicket. The Scorpions would be pumped. Good total on the board. Looking for early wickets. And it's a big appeal here. And it's given! Leg before wicket, the fall of the first wicket for the Red Force. Sifa Scooper, LBW to Makino Mindley.
Well, look good to the naked eye. Let's have a look here now. Might have taken leg stump, you think, or probably just clipping it or missing.
Maybe umpire's call.
Yeah, so he's on his way. Sifa Scooper, who's had a good season with the bat. So it's a big blow for Trinidad and Tobago, losing a wicket in the very first over.
And what a start here for the Scorpions. They'll be cock a hoot. 1 for 1. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force trailing by 371 runs. New man at the wicket be Amir Jangu, number 5 on his back. It's been in good form, having just represented the West Indies. What a start here for Makino Manley and the Jamaica Scorpions. Just the start that they would have wanted. You can see the energy levels. You can see the energy levels high for the Scorpions. 3 slip on a gully. Man at point. Mid off. Makino Minley changing his line of attack, coming round the wicket to Amir Jangu. You can hear the Scorpions' voices in the background. Jangu taking his time, facing up his first delivery of the innings. And that's another big appeal for a leg before, but this one not out, given by umpire Crawford. So a great start here for Makino Mindley and this Jamaica Scorpions. This one a bit high and angling down the leg side.
So good start here by Mindley. Going down the leg side, definitely. Well, cameraman Gordon Payne, who's a lover of birds, has found something. And it's Mindley. Jangu pushing and running. That's positive. He's off the mark.
Yeah, that's a good start for him. Very positive indeed. Good running between the wickets. That's important. Rotation of strike, left-right combination on the wicket. Forces the bowler to change his line. Now he has to come back over the wicket. The field also changes. So it keeps the fielding team keeping having to focus every delivery. Kamel Puran to face up his first delivery. Makino Minley with a spring in his step. Wide open gap at cover, encouraging him to drive. Edging and taken at first slip. Magnificently done, Makino Minley.
A setup there, and of course just getting the ball to move away, not too much though. And sometimes they say in the early spells when the ball is moving too much, doesn't really create problems. That just marginal, and a brilliant catch, taken low down to the left. And that's the end of Kamel Puran. 2 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago in problems here at the Brownland Cricket Academy.
Very well taken indeed by John Campbell, the captain of the... No, that's Jermaine Blackwood, sorry, at first slip. Very well taken indeed. And what a start here for the Jamaica Scorpions. 2 for 2.
The importance of bowling a good line, using that new ball to good effect.
Most definitely has done so, has Makino Minley. We're still in the first over, and what action we've seen.
So Puran has to go without scoring.
Both openers back in the hut. That's a beautiful line, and ball just straightening just enough to take that outside edge. And look at Jermaine Blackwood here, very alert, low down to his left.
Kept his eyes on it all the way, straight into his hands. And this is why he was able to collect that catch. In a situation like this, the best man for Trinidad and Tobago is Jason Mohammed, and he goes out there to join Janko.
We have a lot of experience at the crease. Red Force definitely under the pump now. 2 for 2, trailing by 370 runs. And the Scorpions are sensing and tasting blood of the Red Force. Very similar feel for Jason Mohammed as well. 3 slip on a gully. There is a man at point and a mid-off. So keeping that cover region open. Encouraging the batters to drive if they'd like. Because Minley's taking the ball away from the right-handers and looking for that outside edge.
Yeah, this is Minley coming down here and just looking to get that. Probably just a little closer as well. I know you enjoy my drawing, you know.
Yes, yes.
Shram.
The artist, Vinod Mamchan. Sipping and painting on this side.
Yes. 2 for 2. Down the leg side. And the calmness of Jason Mohammed is what is required here now. Just to calm things down.
What a start for the Scorpions. Makino Minley, 2 for 2 in his first over. Both openers for the Red Force back in the hut.
Clipped away.
As you said, the calmness of the man, Jason Mohammed, just working it off his hips down to fine leg for 1. So at the end of a very eventful first over, TNT Red Force 3 for 2. Both openers, Cephas Cooper and Kamel Puran, back without scoring.
And the Jamaican flag flying high, so to speak, here at the Brownland Cricket Academy.
Yeah, most definitely. Making the country very proud. These men. Started this round 5th on the table.
Trying to be us, they have to be careful here. Many a times they've had good starts to the regional 4-day season, continue on, and just towards the end they fall away. So they need to understand that. They need to get past that here. I mean, he deserves that drink, doesn't he?
Most definitely. His coach, towel and a drink, urging him on. That's just the start that we wanted. We need you to continue. OJ Shields now taking up the attack from the sudden end.
Has some pace, OJ Shields. He's bowling to the veteran Jason Mohammed. Well, he was attempting to do that, at least.
False start there by OJ Shields.
Let's bring you up to date with what's going on across the region. CCC 238. Well, the West Indies Academy, they've gone past that. They're 252 now for the loss of 6 wickets. And 92 not out, Teddy Bishop. So he is fighting. Joshua Bishop is on 4 there with him. So that's a very keenly contested match at UE. Across in St. Kitts, Ghana responding strongly after the lead was made 335 in response to their 193. Crashed away imperiously by Mohammed. Beautiful shot.
Short and wide and banged over point for 4. That's a great start for Jason Mohammed. It's a no ball as well.
Oh, that's a shot of the day for me. Crossing Basseterre, Ghana, second innings, 71 without loss. And at Grosile, the Windward Islands 186, Barbados 198. The win was in their second innings, 80 for 2. There is Kadir, the manager of the team here, man from Merry Boys, Diego Martin, in the affluent northwest of Trinidad. Are you from that area, Vishram?
Oh, Central Trinidad.
Affluent as well. Down the leg side and no ball again.
Terrible start here by OJ Shields. Quite the opposite to Makino Minley.
Yeah, I mean, he has been in the fray a couple of years well for West Indies, showing that his experience is well worth his inclusion on the Jamaica team. Mohammed, so much depending on him. Loves the bat. Driving beautifully through the offside for 4. Mohammed is on fire here.
This one is even better all along the ground. Getting on his toes and punching it off his back foot. That's a beautiful shot.
Oh, that had class all written all over it. In fact, that had an entire school written all over it. That's 13 for 2.
Yeah, beautiful shot there by Jason Mohammed. Just the start that he would have wanted. 2 loose deliveries wide outside off stump and punishing them both.
Opening his eyes nicely. The man from Barrackpore in South Trinidad. Have you been to Barrackpore?
I have.
Yep. Have you been to the Jason Mohammed Recreation Ground?
I haven't been to the Jason Mohammed Recreation. Not too long played a game.
Oh, an exaggerated leave.
Yeah, he's definitely locked in here, this Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, he knows that his country depends on him.
Number 3 on his back. Coming out in the first over.
Well, as you say, number 3 on his back. He has had 3 centuries this season.
Also scoring a double 100 in the North-South Classic here in Trinidad and Tobago. Shields to continue.
Driving again. Just one bounce down to backward point, and he looked disappointed there. Mohammed just wanted to get it in between that cordon and down to the boundary.
Don't think the Scorpions will be disappointed though, because he's looked very attacking. They do have an attacking field. 3 slip on a gully. So you just gotta keep that line good length and hope that he just nicks off But it's a good start here by Jason Mohammed.
No ball. I was about to say it was a good delivery because he squared Mohammed up a fraction. But it's a no ball
It's a long over.
by a Rajkumar.
It's quite opposite to the first over. This one leaking boundaries as well as extras. 14 for 2. We're in the second over of the innings. The first innings of the Trinidad and Tobago Red forced reply. The Jamaica Scorpions, first innings total of 372. Jermaine Blackwood in first slip, John Campbell second, Odin Smith third.
This time pushed away on the offside. Once a single. It was Django's call because the ball went behind Mohammed.
Diving effort there at back 1 point, saving a couple runs for his team. Very attacking field, not just the tree slip on a gully, but also a short leg. It's a bit deeper than usual. Just out of screen at the moment. Man at backward square.
Did he play or didn't he? We'll have a look at that again. Well beaten. Well beaten there, Jason. Exaggerate pulling out.
Definitely pushed at it.
Shields has been all over the place. 1 or 2 good deliveries in this over.
And that's why he just has to continue bowling just on and about that off stump. He's this one nipping back in. This moment looks as if he wants to score and score rapidly.
So the end of the over, the end of 2:14 for the loss of 2.
Quite a strong breeze blowing across the outfield.
That was evident since yesterday.
Would encourage his ping ball to do a little extra in the air. Makenu Minley to continue from the northern end. The players' pavilion end. He's coming around the wicket. Tamil Django, he has 3 slips and a gully. A man at point, a mid-off. A mid-wicket, a mid-on, and a man at deep, fine leg. Makenu Minley charging in from the northern end. It's bowling straight. Just defended there by Django, no run. So it's been a good start by Makenu Minley. Wasn't aided by his partner Shields on the other end. Definitely would want to put that over behind him. It's Minley continuing. This one very straight. He's bowling wicket to wicket. Has the field set. Ball angling to him. Played out to mid wicket. No run. Maybe just want to get it a fraction outside off stump or on and just about off stump. Get those 3 slips into play. The breeze will encourage the ball to move away from Django. Much better line there.
Yeah, much better line indeed. I'd like to see him though come a little closer to Django. See if he can employ the services of those three slips and gully. Django's had a good year.
Also something that you mentioned yesterday. I mean, immediately Makino Minley decided to come round the wicket to the left-handed Django.
Still too wide.
Some consideration for coming over the wicket and just angling that ball across. Bring in the slips as well as an LBW. There's the pink new ball. Does do a bit in the air and off the wicket. Proud seam.
It's pushing similarly to what was done by Gabriel Glenn. Just checking the shot through the offside, all timing, and that's 4.
Yeah, class personified here by Amir Django. Total control of that shot. Easing that one into the cover boundary for 4. He moves on to 5. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 18 for 2. And we're in the 3rd over. So despite losing wickets, scoring quite rapidly.
This will realize that this track holds no terror. Just need to settle down, and batting will become easy as time goes by. Scorecard not looking impressive at the moment, looking like a telephone number or a zip code 0059, more like a zip code. Both openers falling without scoring. So in the regional cricket today, we've had 3 Trinidad and Tobago openers scoring 0. Both of them here, Cephas Cooper and Camille Puran. And of course in St. Lucia, the young batsman there, Jeremy Solozano, playing for the Windward Islands, who of course he's from Trinidad. He also made in fact he made a pair in the game.
Wow, not a good day for Trinidad and Tobago openers. As OJ Shields to continue. It's really a terrible start from him. This one angled wide down the leg side and
Well taken.
good work indeed by Aldine Thomas. So outside of that first over, it's just been sense of calm, and that came from the moment that Mohammed came to the crease. Supremely fit man.
Don makes some height, he adjusts nicely.
He does have a bit of a pace about him, OJ Shields. That's a short delivery, just rising on him, and Mohammed getting on top of it, playing it down. It's a good move to have that short leg.
Very attacking field. They've pulled the 3rd slip out, but still very attacking. Serving off fielders on the offside. But they've decided to move the 3rd slip out because Mohammed has been playing a bit obviously of the back foot. He's going at those deliveries that Shields has been throwing outside the off stump. Odin Smith plucked out from 3rd slip and now goes to squarish cover.
See, he's not willing to give the ball, pitch up the ball too much. He's more back of the length. This one he goes up inside edged to the man of back behind square on the onside, no run.
When we hear this is a straight drive, but he fell away while trying to play a shot just now and down behind square.
.372 can't be daunting, so it's important that men at the crease again down the leg side. So he hasn't controlled the ball very well, OJ Shields. So it's important that these men set small targets as we had discussed yesterday, Mr. Mamchan.
Yeah, at this point in time, these two, I think they just need to bat time just in the initial phase. The runs will come once you stay out there. I always tell people that batsmen like Larry Gomes, you would remember Larry Gomes, played for the West Indies. His idea of batting was to face 200 balls, and when you look up on the scoreboard, you see 100 runs by your name. Well, at the rate fellas bat these days, you'll see 200 runs by your name. Did he drop that? Let's have a look at it again. Probably deviated after it passed the bat.
Yeah, a bit of movement thereafter, no big, not much excitement by the fielders. Soji Shields to continue. One ball remaining in his over. An angle down the leg side again, so he's very erratic at the moment.
Yeah, end of another over at the end of 4. It's 18 for 2. Remember, the Jamaica Scorpions on the back of 140 from Javid Glenn made 372 all out.
Makinyu Minley to continue. Consideration to probably try someone else on the sudden end. OJ Shields hasn't controlled this new ball very well at all.
Driving beautifully through the covers for 4. Just leaning into that one, Vishram.
That's another glorious shot there by Amir Jangu. Very classy. Just stroking it. Here is the replay, and this one just leaning into it and knowing that with this outfielder will just go into the boundary. That's a classy shot there by Amri Jangu. Very stylish left-handed batsman, as most left-handers are.
I want to agree with you there.
Solidly behind that one. Who would have been some of your favorite left-handed batsmen?
Well, definitely Brian Lara. Prior to him would have been David Gower. Did you see David Gower?
No.
Yeah. And of course, after Brian Lara, I would have enjoyed the batting of Darren Bravo.
Very similar. Darren Bravo. Simulating the great man himself, Brian Charles Lara. Short and wide and just cut straight to O'Dean Smith at cover, no run. Would have also appreciated the man Kumar Sangakkara. Seen some great batsmen from the subcontinent. Lots of risks Hammer Django here again. Makinu Minley coming over the wicket this time, and that's exactly what we were speaking about earlier. Coming over the wicket, angling the ball across him, and that one holding its own and going. Django just playing and missing, and that's beautifully bowled. That one a rip off a delivery, slight C movement off the wicket. That's very, very well bowled there indeed there by Makinu Minley. Much better delivery, good. Probably can go maybe about a foot fuller. Oh, that's edging, and it's beautifully taken by Jermaine Blackwood. The change of attack, the change of line creates the opportunity, and it's taken beautifully. Another one bites the dust.
Well, that was a very important wicket there. Django pushing at it, and with the angle, it just left and flew into the hands of Blackwood, who's having a magnificent time. And again, the key to Blackwood taking the catch was that he kept his eyes on the ball all the way into his hands. Tobago in serious trouble here now. They're 22 for 3.
Yeah, 22 for 3 in the 5th over. And that's beautiful thinking there by Makinu Minley, changing his line of attack, coming over the wicket, getting the ball angling across the left-handed Django. 2 slips awaiting, and nicking him off. It was a jaff off a delivery before. The second one, a slightly full, and taking the edge. And Jermaine Blackwood, not disappointing, keeping his eyes on the ball and holding on to that one at first slip. Accompanying Jason Mormon now is Joshua De Silva, the skipper of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, who's in deep trouble at 22 for 3. What a start here for Makinu Minley, 3 for 11.
He's sending us a statement here. He's bowling beautifully on this track. The Trinidad and Tobago fast bowlers did bowl well on the track as well, which is good. It says a lot for this track. Trinidad and Tobago finds himself in more than a spot of bother.
So 2 right-handers at the crease now. Joshua De Silva, Jason Mohammed, 22 for 3. Trail by 350 runs. Very straight feel here for Joshua De Silva. Man at mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg and a fine leg. So a 5-4 field, 2 slip and a gully. Oh, and again, that one keeping down. That's very, very strange. Haven't seen many people that low on this wicket. That one shooting through. Oh, wow. Definitely variation in bounds there. So at the end of 5 overs, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in their first innings at 22 for 3. After Jamaican Scorpions making 372 all out. Javel Glenn a brilliant 140. Aided very much so by Abijay Mansingh and Jermaine Blackwood, both scoring half centuries. 3 wickets apiece for the Tobagonian. Kari Pierre. So we do see a change in the bowling attack from the sudden end. O.J. Shields didn't have a good start at all. 2 overs. Wasn't able to control that new ball. So it's now been given to the big burly Odean Smith. He'll be bowling to Jason Mohammed, who's on strike. What a start here for the Scorpions. Two slipper gully, man at backward point, cover point, a wide mid-off. Bit of a gap between cover and mid-off. And this one is full, driving. And it's just beats the man at wide mid off, but comes across and just cuts it off. It's just one. Bit of footwork there. Probably has some interest with playing with the reggae boys of Jamaica. Likes of Antonio, man from West Ham. Leon Bailey from Aston Villa. Dean Smith to continue. Joshua De Silva facing his second delivery. Another no ball. First for Dean Smith. Definitely getting some trouble coming up from the sudden end of the Jamaican bowlers. But they're in command of this game at the moment. After scoring 372 to get the Red Force at 24 for 3. It's been a great start. Joshua De Silva on the back of 3 consecutive hundreds. And it's inside edging onto the body. Luckily not getting it in onto his wicket. Takes off the glove in some sort of discomfort. That one jagging back off the wicket. So definitely some sea movement here. A bit of extra pace from Dean Smith, striking Joshua De Silva on the bottom hand. Just about 40 minutes into the session. Great session for the Scorpions. Now that they have taken 3, they'll definitely be looking for a couple more. This one punching off the back foot back to the bowler. Good work by Dean Smith. No run. Partnership in need for the Red Force. They're desperate for a partnership here. Reminder that when Jamaica Scorpions were batting, they were 9 for 2. They did get a partnership between Kirk McKenzie and Jermaine Blackwood. Red Force hoping that they can replicate something similar. Captain De Silva, Jason Mohammed, experience at the crease, and that's loose by De Silva, very loose indeed. This one full and swinging away, and he's still playing, flashing at it. Just have the bat dangling outside off stump there, and luckily not getting anything on it. So very loose shot there by Joshua De Silva. He'll be disappointed with that. Knows his team is in need of him at the moment. The pressure is on. So Dean Smith continues. This one full and driving, but another no ball, and that just doesn't want to continue to overstep that popping crease, because if he does and takes a wicket, that's the ultimate disappointment. It's hard enough to get a wicket on this surface. Very much batting friendly conditions here at the Branlisle Cricket Academy. Turuba. Beautiful ground nestled in and around the forestry. This one, that's much better by De Silva, leaving it alone outside off stump. At this point in time, he needs to soak up some pressure. Scorpions are on top. He needs to just absorb the pressure, soak up some balls, get himself in, get that heart rate down. It's not yet off the mark, facing 7 deliveries at the moment. It's 25 for 3, 1 ball remaining in the 6th over. And it's on the pad. He's looking to get off the mark. It's a quick single, and he's able to do so. Brandon King at mid-on, just slightly on his heels, unable to restrict them. And that's Joshua De Silva off the mark. 26 for 3 after 6 overs. Makino Minley, 3 for 11 of 3 overs. A great start for that young man. Aspirations to play for West Indies. It's been part and parcel in and around the Test team. It's been very slow going today with regards to the over rate. Still have 60 overs remaining to be bowled today. And we're almost halfway through the second session. It's Makino Minley over the wicket to Joshua De Silva, pitching it up and down the leg side. Well taken by Aldine Thomas. Makino Minley just straying there. Three for 11. Still attacking is the captain. 2 slips and a gully, and rightly so. Man at cover point, man at point actually, and a wideish mid off, so leaving a wide gap there at cover, encouraging Joshua De Silva to drive. This one onto the pads again and worked onto the onside. Straight to Dean Smith, who's at mid wicket, no run. As mentioned earlier, they do need to just absorb some pressure. 26 for 3. Facing down the barrel of the gun. Just need to absorb some pressure and play each ball in its merit. This one is again down the leg side. Another no ball by the Jamaican bowlers. Definitely something for them to be working to look at behind the scenes. In excess of 6 no balls now in this innings. Jermaine Blackwood with 2 excellent catches in the innings so far. 2 wicket to 4 was an LBW. That's De Silva facing up. Oh, that's a lovely delivery. That one just straightening. Angled into De Silva and upon pitching, just straightening a little. Going past the outside edge, but a very low bounce to Aldine Thomas, who does well. Just short of him and taking it on the first bounce. So good work by Aldine Thomas behind the wicket. Much better line there by Makino Minley. Attacking the stumps. 5-4 field. Outside off and left alone by Joshua De Silva. Man who would have attended St. Mary's College in Port of Spain. Lots of chatter on the field. The Scorpions hoping for another one. And this one just nipping back into the De Silva. Getting outside part of the bat and going out into the offside to the man at Golly. And that's no run. 27 for 3. Makino Minley doing all the destruction thus far. 3 for 12. And this one again coming in. He's bowling wicket to wicket. He's in the middle of an excellent spell here. Stifled appeal on this occasion. So at the end of 7, 27 for 3. Trailed by 345 runs. Dean Smith to continue from the sudden end. Didn't bowl too badly, just a couple no balls that would have been more concerning to him. As you see, two slips in the background. Jermaine Blackwood, Captain John Campbell. That's a nice line. Maybe he just needs to get about a foot closer to Jason Mohammed, encourage him to play the ball off the wicket. So he's just leaving it alone quite nicely. As I welcome back Mr. Vinud Mamchan.
Thanks a lot, Vishram. 27 for 3, Trinidad and Tobago. Needing Mohammed to, and of course the silver. So in between those two, you have 6 centuries this season.
Yeah, that's
And that is, the Jamaicans will know that. They will know that if they can break this, it'll be even better for them. 28 for 3. They're well ahead at the moment. Odin Smith, of course, would have played for the TNT Red Force a couple seasons ago as the overseas player, so he will know a thing or two about the Silva and Mohammed. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Let's have a look at that delivery again. That was a wonderful delivery. It started to sneak in, and on pitching, it just straightened.
Red Force will definitely be banking on Jason Mohammed and Joshua De Silva here in number 4 and 5. That's well left by Jason. Breeze would be eating the outswinger of Odin Smith. Odin Smith. This one nicely driven, straight to mid-off, no run. But he's willing to give the ball time in the air. He's pitching it up quite nicely, encouraging Jason Mohammed to drive. He's getting some movement. Well set field, packed offside. This one outside of stump and well left there by Jason. 6-3 field. So focusing on and about off stump. Aiming to hit the top of off most deliveries.
Mohammed jumping into line. End of the over. At the end of it, 28 for 3. Mindy 3 for 12, the man doing the damage.
Very good start indeed for the Scorpions. Red Force in dire need of a partnership. Makinyo Minley. He will continue from the northern end. He's got the ball moving both ways. The wind will aid the ball swinging back in to the right-handed Joshua De Silva. But Makinyo Minley normally takes it away. This one angled in, and he's able to find a gap in front of square, and he gets off the mark. He gets off the strike. Hands it over to Jason Mohammed. Makinyo Minley continuing again. This one Oh, that's beautifully bowled. What a delivery. A jaff off a delivery to Jason Mohammed. Very close to that outside edge. There was a sound, but it appears as if bat hitting the pad, and it was bat hitting the pad. A very beautiful, excellent, brute of a delivery there. And that's the line that he wants to continue to bowl. You know, this is where you want to continue to be targeting this area of... This is the area that you want to be targeting there. You know, that line, that length is just the way. And this one angling in and going further with the breeze. But that's definitely his zone that he's working on. You know, just that handkerchief length. Man like Josh Hazelwood, very much known for those lines and length, and he continues to work on it. It's been good bowling here by Makino Mindley. Has the ball moving both ways. This one again beautifully bowled, excellent length, just angling in. Jason Mohammed a bit uncomfortable, just playing it off his body. 29 for 3 in the 9th over.
Mohammed has the experience to deal with this. Loads of experience, Jason Mohammed. It's the most experienced player on both teams.
It's been around for a number of years.
Again, down the leg side. Skipping in line. Weather has been nice today. No threat of rain. I think we'll get a full evening's play.
Most definitely. A lot of cloud cover as well, which helps temperatures for the players out there. It's much more comfortable in the commentary booth. The AC on. Just straying a couple times in this over. Does have a very even feel with 5 on the off, 4 on the on, so he's attempting to attack those stumps. And just drifting down the leg on a couple occasions. So left alone. After 9 overs, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 29 for 3.
Probably it's a good time to let's go around the region, see what's happening in the other matches. The West Indies Academy, well, bit of a slide. They're now 293 for 9. And that's at UE. Teddy Bishop was dismissed for 99.
Very unfortunate for the young man.
Yep. And of course, the Leeward Islands, they're finally taking a wicket against Guyana in their second innings. Guyana now 94 for the loss of 1. Raymond Perez falling for 49. At the crease right now, Matthew Nandu is on 34, and Kevlon Anderson, who's been very consistent this evening, this tournament, is on 7. Silva getting one too close to him, still pulls it away.
Happy Eagles will definitely want to turn their fortunes around in that particular game.
And the Winwood Islands, they're fighting. Kavim Hodge, 41, not out at this point in time. Alec Attorney has got 78 of just 71 deliveries with 14 fours and a 6. So the Lambris, who got 100 in the first innings, he's on 4 not out. So that's a very interesting match that is being set up there. Here's Smith. This one, again, you can see Smith getting the ball to outswing. Mohammed to the pitch of it, driving it nicely.
Good feeling there by Brad Barnes as well. Alec Anthony is man from Dominica. It's a very bright future ahead of him. Classy left-handed batsman. This one well pitched up again and played out to the man at mid-on. No run. So they're starting to control things here, Jamaica. It's a quick start. Despite losing 2 wickets, the Red Force was scoring quite quickly. They now pull back that run rate and have been able to take an additional wicket. So it's 30 for 3 when 10th over. That's well left.
Getting the experience of Mohammed coming to the fore.
Both men recognizing that they do need to absorb some pressure. Allow the Scorpions to just control this passage of play. They just need to just bat some time, get themselves in, and the strokes will come out a bit later on. This one full.
It's bowled him. Mohammed falling over, and he's yorked. Odin Smith strikes, and the Red Force are now 30 for 4.
Oh, that's totally deceived there. Look at that delivery. Wow, Yorker length delivery. Totally deceived in the air is Jason Mohammed. And knocking back the off stump. The fall of the 4th wicket. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in a horrendous position at 30 for 4.
Mohammed can't believe it, but he got a peach of a delivery. And that's the kind of delivery you'll have to bowl to a batsman who's in tremendous form. 30 for 4. The players take a water break. So do Vishram.
Yes. The washroom there.
final delivery of the over. Successful over there for Odin Smith. And that turned out to be Red Force continues the battle at 30 for 4.
It's been a good start by Odin Smith from the sudden end. They started with O.J. Shields and he was a bit erratic, spraying the ball all over. Captain John Campbell making that change early, just allowing O.J. Shields just 2 overs and bringing Odin Smith. And what a wonderful decision it was for the Scorpions. Was able to extract the main man himself, Jason Mohammed, the leading run getter in this 4-day competition so far.
That's a big breakthrough. I don't think Odin Smith needs to do anything again for the rest of this match. He would have worked for his money just getting that. But it was a brilliant delivery, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Pitched up and deceived it. Jason Mohammed in the air. As we see Minley continuing. It's Joshua De Silva punching of the back foot to cover point. No run. New batsman. A bit of a surprise. Carey Pierre at 6.
Yeah, well, with the injury to Yannick Carrier, Carey Pierre gets a promotion in the order. And at 30 for 4, although Carey Pierre could handle himself with the bat, he has a first-class century for Trinidad and Tobago. Seeing Carey Pierre there already with 30 for 4 kind of gives you the idea that Trinidad and Tobago could be in some trouble here.
Yeah, definitely.
Again, De Silva playing around that front part, it's something that has gotten him into problems prior, so he has to be careful.
Just haven't allowed the Red Force team to build a partnership. 31 for 4. After amassing a very competitive first innings total of 372. It's a good move here by Minley, staying over the wicket. Carey Pierre and good captaincy, introducing a third slip, 3 slips, a gully, man at backward point, cover, mid off, just 2 fielders on the onside, mid on, and a fine leg.
We spoke of setting targets, setting small targets. Were you in a position out there now as skipper De Silva? What would have been your next target?
You just need to bat some time. So at least I'll be talking to Carey Pierre. Just at least 5 overs. Let's just bat for the next 5 overs. Don't worry about the scoreboard. That's our target. Bat 5 overs. Then review after that. Bat another 5 overs. And that's edging through the gap in backward point. He gets a single, so he gets off the mark as Carey Pierre. And focus to get to the dinner break without losing any more wickets. But it's important that they do have a plan and they communicate on the field of play.
Yeah, I want to agree with you. Time is of the essence in terms of what is happening right now. You just need to stay there. You have loads of time in the match, but what they need to do, stay there. The longer you stay, the easier batting will be. I still say this track holds no terrors.
Yeah, definitely no demons on this wicket, but the Jamaican bowlers have done well. They've attacked the wicket. They have been able to gather some swing, and they just taken their chances, unlike the Red Force. Some excellent catching by Blackwood at first slip.
Yeah, he has been magnificent indeed. A study in catching at slip from him.
Again, that angle is just a brute of a delivery.
Minley could hardly put a foot wrong here at the moment. 33 for the loss of 4.
Been impressed with John Campbell's captaincy as well. He's been very attacking. He had 2 slips, realizing that Minley's coming to an end of his spell. He's bowled 6 overs already. You want to continue with him, encouraging him, putting that third slip, especially for Carey Pierre. Have the team at 33 for 4. Back against the wall. Just want to rip the heart out of them now. Odin Smith to continue. Not only are they losing wickets, but their run rate as well is on the decline. Short, pulled, but again, good feeling there.
You will be very angry as he's showing that there, because there are only 2 fielders on the onside, and he picked out Mansingh. Just had to get that a couple feet to the right or left. It would have been a sure boundary. Smith knows that he got away with that. Smith is a guy who always offers a smile.
Yeah, that's good work by Mansingh as well in keeping it for no run. So therefore, it keeps Joshua De Silva on strike. Continues to build that pressure because he's 5 of 22 deliveries now. I mean, we've spoken that they do need to bat time, but sometimes you just want to rotate the strike. You feel a lot more comfortable as a batsman.
Yeah, you don't want to be a sitting duck. You want to rotate the strike. Let the bowlers change their plans often, because there is a left-right combination out there at the moment. The Silva. If ever a captain's knock was needed, it's now.
Most definitely. Come at the hour. Come at the man. Can he stand up for his team now? Joshua De Silva.
And he's in a pink of form.
Very high back lift. Stroking it out to mid-on. Mansingh does the work again. No run.
Well, the West Indies Academy bowled out for 316 at Yowie. Ghana against Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They have reached 103 for 1. And the Windies have lost another wicket. They're on 156 for 4 against Barbados.
Good line there. Maybe just a bit closer, but it's a good length as well. Sometimes it's not, you can't bowl the wicket taking delivery every ball. It's about setting up the batsman. So it's good pressure here by Scorpions. Excellent conditions at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for cricket. Sun is out.
This is the end of another over, and at the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago in trouble here. They're 33 for 4.
You can see the Scorpions, even between overs, they're changing over quickly. Want to get in as much overs as possible. They're on top. So they want to continue to just keep pressing home at that advantage. Glenn does the fielding at mid-off. It's 3-slipper gully.
Even Mindy, look at the pace in which he's walking back to his mark.
Yeah. It's nice cool conditions here in Turuba, South Trinidad. Home to Vinud Mamchan.
I live just about 5 minutes away from here. Makes it a lot easier after years of travelling to the Queen's Park Oval for matches. Still do enjoy the Oval though. It's the mecca of local cricket.
Yeah, it really is. Everyone wants to go to the Oval. But what are your thoughts in terms of international games being played at Brian Lara?
Yeah, someone had asked me that in a previous match, and I said there is a place for both venues. At the end of the day, the Oval is a private venue, and they have to get cricket there to help upkeep the place. You don't want to lose the Oval. Oval is so steep in cricket history. So I totally agree with the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board in what they have done. What they have basically done is keep Test cricket at the Oval and play the instant cricket, which is the limited overs and the T20s. That's international whenever it comes around at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Now, even at the domestic level, they keep the festival at the Oval and the other matches here at the academy. TKR, they share it. They play half here and half at the Oval. So both venues, they get the action.
Yeah, and rightly so. Both venues does offer something different. Queen's Park Oval, it's like a coliseum when you go there.
Mm-hmm.
Draped in red when the Knight Riders are playing. Just what an atmosphere you can get at Queen's Park Oval. It's a bit more open. It's a beautiful ground. That's a beautiful delivery. Just like that delivery. Wow, what a delivery indeed. Makino Minley doing a great job for the Jamaica Scorpions. One of the biggest concerns I have with this ground though is the access. Sometimes, it does pose a challenge regarding the ins and outs after games. They would have attempted for the World Cup, they would have attempted to establish the shuttle service. Pros and cons to it, as many other things in life. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force after 13 overs at 33 for 4. Jamaica Scorpions in their first innings was 372 all out. Joshua James and Kari Pierre sharing 3 wickets apiece. Wonderful knock by Javel Glenn, 140 not out. It's always wonderful to see these men score runs and big hundreds, because that's what we want to see in West Indies cricket. We want these men to transfer that form to the West Indies Test team. Dean Smith again, just maintaining that line outside off stump. 33 for 4. We're in the 14th over. Over rate has dipped considerably. Still in excess of 52 overs to be bowled today. Very strong offside field. 2 slipper gully. Cover, point, and a mid-off. 6-3 field.
Some support there for Django. And you can see Jet Kohli's parents are also there.
It's well bowled, well played by Joshua, just getting behind it, keeping it out. So what's your preferred version of this game that we love so much?
Test cricket. Yeah, that's the preferred version.
Oh, that's well bowled. He's really bowling well. He's in the middle of a good spell. He's maintaining the line outside off and just ever so often getting one to nip back in and attacking those stumps. Just like he did in this case. And Joshua De Silva getting an inside edge onto his pad. Test cricket, pinnacle of this sport indeed. Nothing better than putting on those whites and fighting for your country. This one up. Encouraging Joshua to play outside the off stump. It's a whooping outswing on. He was dragged onto his front foot trying to get bat on ball, and a false shot again. He'll be disappointed. This as the ground is now bathed in sunshine. No ball and worked into the onside. Will be a couple. Mansingh chasing. They get 2, and that's excellent running between Kari P and Joshua De Silva. They scamper through for 3. and the no ball as well. So it's 4 more to the total. It's one thing that has affected all bowlers from the Scorpions so far. They've bowled a number of no balls in this innings. Wooding Smith immediately deciding to come round the wicket to the left-handed carry pair. He's going to attack those pads. Short of a length, well defended.
So pair just needs to play that role that was played by Mansingh. Let the silver take the lead.
Yeah, critical that the Red Force build a partnership here.
So Shields is going to come back, but this time from the media center end.
He'll be hoping that he can replicate something of what Makino Minley did. Brandon King at mid-off. Now moves. Glenn comes to mid-off and King goes into cover. There's 2 slip on a gully. Woodeen Smith at mid-wicket. Minley at mid-on. Fine leg. Cover point Mansingh. Joshua De Silva facing up O.J. Shields. This one short into the body. Worked into the onside. Good work there. Just restricting it to 1. That means Carripier will be on strike, facing up to O.J. Shields. Still a very strong breeze, but a lot of sunshine. The heat is on the Red Force. This one short, wide, and a no ball. So he's brought his indiscretion from the other end on to the northern end as well. He's definitely having his struggles with his run-up. This O.J. Shields, probably thriving for some extra pace, but he needs to get his accuracy. Needs to focus on the correct lines, lengths. He's just been all over his 2.1 overs. Doesn't want to ease the pressure now here on the Red Force. It's important that he continues to build on it. Doesn't want to continue to squeeze. This one, it's a beauty to the beauty. What a delivery! Absolutely spectacular there by O.J. Shields. A brute of a delivery. And Carripier Castle knocking back that off stump. The fall of the fifth wicket now. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 39 for 5, trailing by 333 runs. The Jamaica Scorpions are totally in control of this game. That one, look at that delivery, pitching just outside leg stump and angling across and knocking back the off stump. A brute of a delivery for Carripier, just too good for the young man. The Frenchman has to make his way back to the pavilion. And the new man at the crease will be Terence Hinds. And Red Force are in some deep, deep trouble at 39 for 5. It was a spectacular delivery indeed. Just get another replay of it. Yeah, there we go again. Just pitching outside leg and angling across. It was a brute of a delivery. And it's great captaincy here by John Campbell, bringing O.J. Shields back to the northern end. He had a oh, that's a beauty. Top of off. The bails go flying. Look at that delivery. My goodness. Just Wonderfully bowled. Yeah, that's a beauty. It's worth watching it over and over and over. 39 for 5. Red Force. OJ Shields taking his first wicket. And that will definitely have his confidence high now. Was struggling with his run up. Terrence Hinds, the new batter. Short. Wide. Cut away, but straight to the man at point. So nice. It's really, as I was mentioning earlier, it's brilliant captaincy by John Campbell. He's rotating his bowlers well. Normally he had OJ Shields on the sudden end. Bowled 2 overs. He realized that he was struggling. Quickly took him off the attack. Placed Odean Smith there. Odean was successful. Got the wicket. And the big wicket of Jason Mohammed. Brought back OJ Shields from the northern end, replacing Makinyo Minley, who had a wonderful spell, taking 3 wickets. And now OJ Shields has been successful taking his first. This one angling into the pads. And just going down the leg, the fine leg, it will be a leg by for Red Force. And now 40 for 5. They trail by 332 runs. Joshua De Silva facing up. Just a bit too straight onto the pads again and just angled in. Plays it away. So you can see the Scorpions, the smiles on their face, the energy. Makinyo Minley with ball in hand. Chief Destroyer taking 3 wickets, 1 apiece for OJ Shields and Odean Smith. 2 slip and a gully. Shields continuing. Final ball of his 3rd over. Attacking the wicket. That's the difference that we've seen here by the Jamaican Scorpions. They've attacked the wicket. They've built pressure. And they've taken their chances. It's horrendous viewing for a Red Force fan. Cephas Cooper, Kamil Puran, both openers going without scoring. Can the Red Force build a partnership? They're in desperate need of one. Terrence Hinds is at the wicket. He's with his captain Joshua De Silva. And that's a beautiful delivery again. Just pitching and angling and just getting a bit of nip off the wicket. It's really beautiful bowling. You know, he's continued to angle the ball and just nip it away. Look at that. That's something what he's getting done. It really is wonderful bowling here. Odean Smith adding to that pressure created by Makinyo Minley. This one short and wide and dispatched by, it's a no ball as well, Terrence Hinds. Just too much room. And that's well put away. So that's good counter-attacking cricket here by Terrence Hinds. Short, wide and put away. Has to put away the bad balls. Make use of it. Scoring is difficult at the moment. So when you do get the loose ones, you do need to put it away. Place some pressure back onto the Scorpions bowlers, who at the moment are dominating. Keep in mind that Yannick Araya did leave the field of play earlier yesterday with a hamstring injury, so he's not in the batting lineup at the moment. Not too sure. He's edging, and it goes over the top of the slip cord and into the boundary for 4. So that's 4 more to the total. And he's creating chances here, Odin Smith. As we welcome back Mr. Vinod Mamchan to the commentary box. He missed the wicket of Carripier, who was bowled by O.J. Shields.
Well, Shields, as I was saying before, he has been all over the shop. In between that, though, he has bowled some unplayable deliveries.
And Carripier got one of those unplayable deliveries. Top of off.
Tell you something, though. What Gabriel Glenn did, using forthright methods to play his innings, Terence Hinds is very capable of doing that.
It's very much needed at the moment. Big call there by Vinod Mamchan.
I'm a big fan of Terence Hinds. So talented. Nearly call this the demise there, the commentator's curse.
Yeah. This one going down the leg. Mr. Lyndon Rajkumar, presiding umpire. He's had a good game.
Solid. He's been solid. Tobago really need to dig themselves out of this hole here. Uppercut. That's the man. Forthright. He's going to battle. He's going to play his shots. He gets a 4.
That's well played indeed. Given some room again outside off stump. And he's exactly as Vinod said, he's willing to counter-attack here now. It's another no ball. We've seen a number of no balls from the Jamaican Scorpion bowlers. But that's well played. Getting under that ball and knowing that there's no third man. It's a very safe shot. And he picks up 4. This might just be what the Red Force require. Someone to put some pressure back onto the Scorpion bowlers, because they've just been in complete control.
Down the leg side. We've seen a number of deliveries down the leg side from all the bowlers, Marquino Mindy included. But in the main, they've bowled well. Hence the reason Trinidad and Tobago are 54 for 5. Oh, this time that's a good delivery. Making some height. End of the over, the end of it, 54 for 5.
Yeah. Good riposte there by Odin Smith after being hit for a boundary. Previous delivery. It's just about 10 minutes to 5 here, local time in Trinidad.
10 minutes to 4 in Jamaica.
About 30 more minutes till the dinner break. Still have another 50 overs remaining today.
That's a lot of cricket still. And the weather's held nicely.
Yeah, it's beautiful conditions here. Nice cool conditions for cricket. O.J. Shields. Short. And unlike Terence Hinds, Joshua De Silva hasn't been able to put away those short wide ones. Had a number of scoring opportunities and he just hasn't found the middle of the bat. It's 9 of 35, but he's still there. That's the most important thing. For the sake of the Red Force.
Yeah, balls at this point in time and soaking of balls, that's not an issue at all. Captain just want to find someone to stay with him. Coach Emmerich would not be happy with what he's seeing at the moment. Marlon Samuels is opposite number though. Sorry, Robert Samuels is opposite number, would be very happy.
Marlon Samuels, a man who's done well for West Indies. Couple World Cups, man of match performances.
Yep. Robert Samuels, his brother, did play for the West Indies as well.
Yeah. Your thoughts on Marlon?
Yeah, he was definitely a special talent, wasn't he?
Yeah.
A big match player. I always saw him as a big match player.
Most definitely. That innings and final taking apart Lassit Malinga.
We all remember when the West Indies won the second T20 title against England. We all remember the 4 sixes that were struck by Carlos Brathwaite in the final over. I was actually at the venue covering the match, so we all remember that. When the win was formalized, it was all about Carlos Brathwaite, and I think people just for a second forgot what Marlon Samuels did. He set up the victory. I think he was unbeaten on 78 odd, something like that.
Yeah. Another final.
Yeah, big match player.
Very classy, stylish right-handed batsman.
The mold of a Carl Hooper.
Yeah. And some off-spin about him as well.
Oh, this one keeps some height.
Really had seen some wonderfully talented players here in the Caribbean.
So 55 for 5.
Giving Aldine Thomas some work to do down the leg side. It goes through a couple buys, one buy.
So that brings the over to an end. It's now 56 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago up against it, but Terence Hinds is already into double figures. He's on 12. Joshua De Silva is on 10. Terence Hinds, obviously another player who can bat, has a first class 100 for Trinidad. I think it's 2 that he has. I'll verify that soon. It's going to be Jermaine Blackwood, it seems, who's going to take a bowl. Seems to be bowling medium pace. The first time I came across him was in 2009 in New Zealand, where I was covering the Under-19 World Cup. Jermaine Blackwood was on that team as an off-spinner, not even a batsman, an off-spinner. On that team was his captain, John Campbell. Andrew Creary from Jamaica was the captain of that team, that particular team. And on that team you had the likes of Greg Brathwaite, Yannick Carrier, Yannick Otley, Shane Dorridge, Jason Holder. Well, that's a lovely shot. That's the way the man plays.
Yeah, that's stand and deliver stuff here by Terence Hinds, and I think that's a good approach here for Jermaine Blackwood.
Yeah. As you were seeing, he's playing shots.
And it's a good approach, trying to create some pressure now back onto the Scorpions. Can't just let the bowlers dominate. Jermaine Blackwood, I mean, it's the first time I'm seeing him bowl some medium pace. Normally known for his off breaks.
And he's probably the man with the golden arm, you don't know. Just looking to probably mix it up a bit, give him a bowl. I think what they're going to do is to ask Odin Smith to just bowl in short bursts, because he puts a lot of energy into his bowling. This is why he was replaced at that end. This is cut away and cut away beautifully. It's going to go into the boundary for 4. Terence Hinds is playing his shots here.
And relieving a bit of pressure that's built up on the Red Force team. You know, pushing the score to 66 for 5. He's done well since coming to the crease. He's 22 of 16. Excellent counter-attacking innings. Every scoring opportunity he's taken so far. Just doesn't want to get carried away. So focus, keep his concentration. Scoring quickly.
Well, he's conceded 10 runs. I don't think he'll see much more of the ball unless he takes a wicket here.
This one short, and just playing it off the back foot into the offside. That's the end of another over. 18 overs has gone. It's 66 for 5. The Red Force in their first innings. OG Shields to continue from the northern end. And that's hit him in front. It's a huge appeal. And it's not out given. Definitely need to see a replay of that one. It kept low. Huge appeal there. The Scorpion players are very disappointing. And it could just a lot of angle into it. Possibly going down missing leg. You could see off stump in the background. You can see off stump. And it's angling. He was deep in his crease, yes. But probably hitting on leg and with the angle might have been missing. So that's could be a very good decision there by umpire Shannon Crawford. So it's good bowling by OJ Shields. He's done well since coming from the northern end. He's created a couple chances. Bowled a brute of a delivery to get Kari Pierre. That's another good one. Joshua De Silva facing up. 10 of 40 deliveries. This one, again, a bit of angle, and it's into the pads. Played to Odin Smith at mid-wicket. No run. So you can see on that delivery as well. It's going, it's everything is slanting down the leg side. So I think it was an excellent decision by umpire Crawford on that occasion. To have 3 men on the onside. It's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg. OJ Shields. Wide of the crease. Doesn't deliver on this occasion. Actually see some of... It's a wicket with quite a bit of grass on it. Grass has gotten a bit greener as play has progressed into day 2. It does mean that there is some moisture underneath the surface. Still a bit dry though. As you can see around the popping crease on both ends. Another false start. Joshua De Silva pulls out. Someone just walking across the side screen. There was a bit of turn on offer on day 1. Hasn't seen the same kind of turn in day 2. Haven't seen any spinners as yet for the Scorpions. OJ Shields 1 for 14. He's in his 5th over. had his struggles with the no balls and his lines earlier on, but he's recovered well. Captain keeping his faith in him, bringing him back in, swapping ends, rewarding his captain with a wicket of carry pair. John Campbell maintaining those 2 slips with a gully. Just guiding it. Just backward of point. No run. So he's building those dot balls. He's building pressure. Heard the voice of Coach Riyad Emre just now, just urging Joshua to continue batting, continue focusing on each ball. Recognizes that his team is in trouble. This is short and this is pulled, and pulled beautifully for 4. A stamp of authority there by Joshua De Silva. Short and pulled for 4 through mid-wicket. Some aggression shown there by Joshua. Really well played. That will settle the nerves a bit. Getting one off the middle and finding the boundary ropes. What will be the riposte? It's a nice delivery. Full lane length. Encouraging De Silva to drive. He drives and he finds mid-off and it's no run. So after 19 overs, TNT Red Force has 70 for 5. And they trail by 302 runs on first innings. It's now just about 5 minutes past 5 here, local time in Trinidad and Tobago. The lights are coming on here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's a beautiful venue. Gentle breeze blowing across. So you see a bowling change. First sign of spin introduced into the attack. Take a look at the field shortly. He has a slip and a short leg. Terence Hinds will be on strike. We have a long on, a deep backward square, short fine leg and a mid wicket. So 5 men on the onside. So he's going to attack the wicket. His Brad Barnes bowling some off spin. He's going to bowl wicket to wicket in one slip, man at point, cover, mid off. This one just a bit full and just playing it down quite nicely. He's keeping the mid off in this within the 30 yards. Encouraging Terence Hinds to possibly go over the top, and he does exactly that. It's full and he's freed his hands and gone over the top, over mid off, over long off, and into the stands for a maximum that's 6 to Terence Hinds. That's well played. Wonder now if John Campbell will push back that the mid off into long off, or you just bring him back in, encourage that shot. It is a dangerous shot. There is some risk involved. You will be playing against the turn. That's good attacking captaincy. He's allowing Odin Smith. He's pushed back just a little. He's about 3/4 way back to the boundary. Terence Hinds just stroking it with his wrists onto the onside, down to fine leg, short leg, no run. Short fine leg. 2 balls remain in the over. This one just a bit straighter and he's defending it. Back to the bowler, no run. So he's playing with the field. There is a long one out on the boundary. kept his shape with that shot earlier. This one straying down onto the pads, and it's worked into the leg side. He gets a single, and he will retain strike for the next over. So it's good batting there by Terence Hinds. He's done well thus far. He's on 29 of 24 deliveries. The Red Force are 77 for 5. Breeze has picked up a bit. As the sun is about to set in Trinidad. Know that Yannick Karaya did leave the field of play with a hamstring injury, but he is padded up, and it appears that he will be batting. You know that Trinidad at this point in time, Trinidad Red Force will oh, what a delivery! A magnificent beauty of a delivery by OJ Shields. What a ball indeed. That just pitches straight and it hit top of off. He has that ability, does OJ Shields, to produce those brute of deliveries. It's a ripper that gets the demise of Terence Hinds. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 77 for 6 in their 21st over, and they're in deep trouble now. Staring down a large first innings deficit. What a ball there, and we await the replay of that delivery. Magnificently bowled by OJ Shields. He's bowled two brute of deliveries this afternoon. The new batter will be Yannick Karaya. Just awaiting that replay of that delivery. What a ball it was indeed. OJ Shields, since coming on in the northern end, has done very well. His first two initial overs, none for 11. Now 3.1 overs, 2 for 7. Excellent comeback by the young man OJ Shields. And two snorters, one to get Carey Pear, the other to get Terence Hinds, who was looking good. But it was just too good for him. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they trail by 295 runs. OJ Shields to Yannick Karaya. Oh, that's well bowled into the pads. You know that Yannick Karaya does have some restrictions with that hamstring injury. But he's out there fighting for his country. Fighting for the red, white and black. Trinidad and Tobago. 78 for 6. The Jamaica Scorpions in control of this game at the moment. This one angled along the leg side, and Aldine Thomas, with the assistance of Jermaine Blackwood, cleans up. So he's ever so often, OJ Shields, he does provide those wicket-taking deliveries. It was such a beautiful delivery indeed to get the wicket off Terence Hinds. Joshua De Silva now on strike. 78 for 6, 20.3 overs bowled. OJ Shields steaming in from the northern end. That's one just keeping a bit low. As I welcome back Vinod Mamchan into the commentary box, he just missed another brute of a delivery by OJ Shields.
I can't leave you alone. I cannot leave you alone. It'll be destruction for Trinidad and Tobago. 78 for 6. I tell you something though, Vishram. When I first saw OJ this season, and he was playing, of course, for the CCC against the Windward Islands in Dominica, we were doing that game there. I thought there was something special about him. Erratic, yes. But I tell you, when he puts down certain deliveries, they're unplayable.
Yeah, it's definitely they were. I mean, I'm not too sure if our producer can give you a replay of that wicket taking delivery that he got Terrence Hinds. It was an absolute brute of a delivery.
Wow. So it's 78 for 6. Trinidad and Tobago really up against it. Karaya, it's good to see him, isn't it? It's good to see him out there.
Yeah, as mentioned earlier, he strapped on those pads. He knows his country needs him.
He was one of those players I spoke to you about who would have played at that World Cup in 2009, and the West Indies did well. They reached the semi-finals. Remember on that occasion, a good friend of mine, Trevon Griffith out of Guyana, scored 76 against Pakistan in the preliminary play, and at the time, Ijaz Ahmad, don't know if you remember Ijaz Ahmad, he was a Pakistan coach, and he told me at that point in time that Trevon Griffith is going to be the next best thing in West Indies cricket. Trevon, of course, did not carry on to the way we would have expected, but he saw something in that 76. Pakistan, of course, met the West Indies again in the semi-finals and lost. And Karaya did play a hand in that series. Campbell in the third place playoff at that World Cup, because that World Cup had a third place playoff. And I remembered that the manager of the team at the time was Omar Khan. And on the morning of that match, Campbell had was just a couple of minutes late. He came down in the lobby before the team left, and Omar told him, "You owe the team 100 for that." He got 122, and the West Indies defeated Sri Lanka to finish third at that World Cup.
John Campbell, a man paying his debts.
Yep, 100 tells you the power of the mind, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It does. It does.
Roddy Eswick was the coach. I remember in that series, Jason Holder was the best of the bowlers for the West Indies. And the team was treated to a lovely dinner and some mini golf at his home by Simpson Gillen. I don't know if you have heard of Simpson Gillen. He's comes from the Gillen clan. He's driving. He's the uncle of my dear friend Jeffrey Gillen, Charlo Gillen as well, Justin Gillen. You would know Justin Gillen. That would have been a grandfather to him.
Justin Gillen, a former West Indies, former Trinidad and Tobago captain.
A West Indies 18 player as well. And Justin's granddad, Noel Gillen, would have been Simpson Gillen's brother. But the thing about Simpson Gillen, the West Indies, he was playing for the West Indies. They toured New Zealand, and that night he gave me the story. He came back to the West Indies after that. He got a work opportunity. Remember, back in those times, cricket would not have been a job, so to speak, quote unquote. And back then, he got a job in New Zealand. He decided to go to New Zealand, where he met his wife, and he played for New Zealand. So he played for both West Indies and New Zealand.
Oh.
He treated the players to a lovely dinner, and he gave them a little bit of history as well. End of the over, 78 for 6.
Mr. Vinod Mamchan, a lot of knowledge, a lot of memories.
Knowledge, I'm not sure. Memories, yes. I remember that was a blistering cold day, Vishram, when John Campbell got that 100. It was so cold, you could hardly peep out of where you were to look, and the sky was just batting and batting.
Yeah.
OJ Shields, I think there is something to work with him.
Definitely. He has the ability to provide those wicket-taking deliveries. Does have some pace about him as well. He's young.
I'll tell you something though, as the Silva is having a little word, he just got permission from the umpire. Such a gentleman is Joshua De Silva. Ensured that he was asking permission to speak to Karaya. Karaya is struggling with his hamstring, as you know. Is there value in having spin at both ends now? Make him stretch.
It's a good thought. OJ Shields is in the middle of a good spell, so maybe just give him another one. And we're very close to the dinner break.
They're asking for a runner. Well, they can't get a runner. So the next best thing is the physio.
So he's taking some time out of the game. Scorpions would have wanted to get as much overs in as possible before the dinner break. Let's see Brandon King coming across.
That's polite inquiry from Brandon King. They're both mates at the West Indies level. Campbell joins in the discussion.
Can he continue? That's the question. And it appears as if the stalling tactic has worked. Players seem to be walking off for dinner break.
Yep. So
Well played by Joshua De Silva.
yes, well played by De Silva. Karaya did not gonna get that extra over that OJ Sheets was gonna bowl. I think Campbell will be critical of the umpire. This is why he's going to him. He's very critical of that play. But oh my goodness, Joshua De Silva, you could be an attorney at law.
Yeah, most definitely.
The Jamaicans are now seeing this for the side of it, not John Campbell. So at tea, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force trailed by a small matter of 293 runs. And that's the latest situation here. Just before we go to the dinner, sorry, not tea, dinner. Before we go to the dinner break, just to give you a quick wrap of what's happening across the Caribbean. And at UE, combined campuses and the colleges, 238 and 5 without loss. The Academy 316. The Leeward Islands in their game, in fact the Academy closed on 29 without loss. Just got it updated. Leeward Islands Hurricanes and Guyana. At Stumps, Guyana 137 for 1 in their second innings, replying strongly. Leeward Islands Hurricane 335. Of course, the Harp Eagles mid 193 in their first essay. And the Windward Islands, they scored 186 batting first. The Pride responded with 198, and the Windwards, they are now 187 for 4. Could reply in their second part of play. So that's the situation here at the Brown Arrow Cricket Academy in the beautiful South Trinidad. We are going to take a break for dinner. We will be back with you at about 5 minutes to 6, which is 5 minutes to 5 in Jamaica. welcome back to the Brownland Cricket Academy. It's a wonderful evening here for cricket. Not so wonderful for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. It's 79 for 6. They're trailed by 293. Joining me in the commentary position is Vishram Pamisa.
Good afternoon to all our viewers on Rush Sports 2 and via our streaming sites throughout the world. Indeed, it's been a wonderful performance by the Jamaica Scorpions bowlers thus far. 79 for 6 in 22 overs after a wonderful batting performance, more so by Gabriel Glenn, scoring 140 not out, amassing a total of 372 in their first innings. Red Force in deep trouble at 79 for 6. The men at the wicket, Joshua De Silva. Yannick Correa seemed to have retired hurt, so we have Joshua James accompanying him and will be taking up strike.
So effectively that's 7.
It's possible.
Of course, James is no slouch with the bat. He could bat. I always saw James as a batsman who could bowl. Bowled really well.
O.J. Shields continuing from the northern end. He's bowled well. He's bowled a couple brilliant deliveries, picking up Kari P and Terence Hinds, both bowled off stump rock back. Joshua James, a tall, strapped Tobagonian.
6'7".
Very athletic. Can hit the ball very hard as well. At this point in time, Red Force needs him to bat long.
Ooh, that nearly cut him in half. Let's have a look at that again. Came back in sharply, hitting him over the rules, and we just spoke of his height, so that was very high.
Yeah, definitely some sea movement of the wicket. Just beautiful conditions here in Turuba. Lights taking effect.
It's just a little difficult period that we always speak about, the twilight period, where the natural light gives way to the artificial lights, and it's now fully powered. So the lighting here at the Brown Cricket Academy is excellent. I know recently we did the domestic festival at the Queen's Park Oval, and I think they would probably need to do some work on the lighting there, because there were areas, especially close to the boundary, that were dark. But here, at this modern facility, it's very bright.
It's a good start by O.J. Shields.
But again, you must get those delivery that releases the pressure a bit.
Yeah, just a bit too wide outside the off stump. Easily left by Joshua James. Simakino Menley doing some stretching at mid-on. Two slip on a gully. There is a short leg in play. Field that allows the bowler to bowl wicket to wicket. And that's a beauty of a delivery. Pitching just outside off, nipping away, beating the outside edge. It's really well bowled. O.J. Shields.
So play has come to an end in all the other games, all the other 3 matches. Good delivery, beating the edge. And James will tell you that he just pull the bat inside the line. So at the UE spec in St. Augustine, Trinidad, batting first there was the combined campuses and colleges. They made 238 in response. The West Indies Academy, on the back of 99 from Joshua Bishop, they got to 316. CCC batting a second time closed the day on 35 without loss. And of course in St. Kitts, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes 335 and Happy Eagles 193. Well, they batted first. Leeward responded with 335. Guyana batting a second time 137 for 1. And at Grosley, the Windward Islands, they made 186. Barbados Pride responded with 198. And batting a second time, the Windwards are nicely poised at 203 for 4. Amongst the runs there, Kavim Hodges is 77 not out. Alec Atenes got 78. Shadrach Descartes 20 not out. So that's the situation across the region. Here's Mansingh, the leg spinner. Ooh, this delivery keeps low. The silver indicates that as well.
Yeah, for the first time we're seeing Abhijay Mansingh with the ball in hand, and this one pitching on middle and turning past the off stump and also shooting through a bit lower. So that's a good start here for Abhijay Mansingh.
Well, had that been a straight one, he would have been in problems.
Very good start indeed. Mansingh had a good start to the game with the bat, scoring 67. This one a bit too much down the leg, and it's well swept, and it will go into the boundary for 4.
So that's a lovely boundary there by the silver. Now leaves the pressure a bit.
Nice cool conditions here in Tarouba.
.83 for 6 at the moment. Ooh, the silver on the back foot. That was a wrong one. So TNT in some strife here, so to speak.
Have the captain still in the middle. He's fighting hard. This one short on.
Deserve the treatment.
I just bludgeoned to mid-wicket boundary.
So the silver getting 10 in the over. Well, sorry, 8. Forward short leg dropped to the ground.
And that's well played indeed. 2 loose deliveries in that over. One swept fine for 4. The other one short. The silver rocking back on the back foot and bludging it to mid-wicket boundary for 4. So he pushes on to 22 of 55 deliveries. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 87 for 6. Trailed by a further 285 runs on first innings. Noted that Yannick Caraya did come out to bat at 8. However, still nursing that hamstring injury and has retired hurt. Not too sure if he will return.
He tried, and after a couple of singles, just decided this was not working out.
Oh, that's a glorious shot there by Joshua James. Standing tall and driving it down the ground through mid-on for 4. That's glorious.
That definitely the shot of the evening. Look at that. Beautiful. That's the kind of shot that brings patrons through the turnstiles.
Most definitely straight bat and hitting it to perfection. It's well played indeed. Joshua James.
So he's off the mark.
Trinidad and Tobago Red Force needs a big innings from him. as well as his captain. And that's a short one, and that's
No ball.
it's a no ball. Striving for a little extra pace. There's OJ Shields. Joshua James just turning it off his hips to the midway, to the man at backward square for no run. This no ball continues to plague the Jamaican bowlers.
Especially OJ Shields. Apart from that, he has really bowled well.
He's continuing and
On appeal, more in optimism than conviction. No appeal from Shields though.
very, very high. Joshua James, 6'7", as mentioned by Vinod earlier. Very solidly played to mid-on for no run. .92 for 6. Trailed by 280 runs. What's the conversation like in the middle at the moment between these two batters?
I think they need to bat sessions or parts of sessions. Again, we spoke about setting that those small targets. Probably look to bat half an hour at a time and see how it goes. But they're both players who, once they get anything that they can pounce on, they will.
I think that's important as well. Definitely batting time and small increments, but also when you do get the loose ones, you have to put it away, and we've seen both De Silva and Joshua James doing that. No need to force the issue, but if you get the loose balls, need to put it away so that you can put a little bit of pressure back onto the bowlers. Field is slightly spread now, just one slip on a gully. Seems as if we might be going into for a short ball. Oh, a bit of a double bluff. This one fit Fuller and beating the outside edge, but it's a no ball again.
Yeah, Shields has really struggled with those no balls. And it plays on your mind as a bowler, because at the end of the day, you're running in, but you're worried as to where you're landing your feet, and you don't want to be preoccupied with things like that.
It's a deep fine leg, a deep backward square. Man at mid wicket and a short leg. So he's definitely going to be attacking the body of Joshua James. Slip on a gully as well. Looking to tuck him up. He's building up some steam. This one wide outside off, well left. Bit of chatter on the field. Scorpion still in charge of this affair at the moment. Makino Minley at mid-off. That's well kept out. Trickles away to the man at point, and that's no run. Close off over number 25.
So the end of 25. The score is 93 for 6. I will take a short exit, and you will be joined by the man with a decorated voice, Visham Lalman. So it's a situation of Visham and Visham. I'll leave you guys to sort it out.
Welcome Visham Lalman. As we see Vice President of West Indies Cricket and President of Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, Mr. Azam Basarat, in the background. Mr. Lalman, how are you, sir?
Good, Vishram. Thanks for the warm welcome.
As we see Abhijay Mansingh over pitching and being driven beautifully again there by Joshua De Silva, and that's 4 more to his name.
Yeah, just over pitching this time there, Mansingh. Looking to flight the ball, but a bit too full. And De Silva leaning nicely forward and playing it through the offside. Deserves another look. Just getting behind the ball and driving it past that fielder cover.
Very elegant indeed. Mansingh continuing. It's been a bit expensive. That's cut straight to the man at back 1 point, no run.
Thought of that ball deserves another boundary. De Silva missing out there, finding the fielder.
Wrist spin is a difficult art to control for many. Abhijay Mansingh. Once you have control of it, it can be potent weapon for any team.
That was a better delivery, and you could have sensed that coming as well, with De Silva looking to take on the leg spinner. Much quicker through the air.
Just the one catcher in play and that slip. Solid defense here by Joshua De Silva. His team needs him to bat long.
Yeah, just about to say that the team really needs a big innings from him, and he has been in some form, Josh De Silva.
Neatly tucking it into the onside. Gets 1 to close off the over. So after 26, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, a 98 for 6.
Yeah, amid all the good bowling from the Jamaica Scorpions, just a bit of expensive there, Abhijay Mansingh, 13 coming off his 2 overs. But certainly Trinidad and Tobago Red Force on the back foot, and on the back foot very early in this contest. I thought that they started well yesterday though, Vishram, on the first day.
Yeah, winning the toss and sending in the Scorpions. They had them 9 for 2. Nice little recovery between Mackenzie and Blackwood. Then they lost a few wickets again, but Javel Glenn, his innings, definitely huge difference at the moment. Were you able to catch some highlights of his innings?
Yeah, that one guided nicely this time by Josh De Silva. And that would certainly make the highlight reel, if any. Just short and wide from Shields, and with a pace on the ball, Vishram, that was going to always race away.
Yeah, that's a beautiful looking shot by Josh. Keeping it on the ground, just finding the gap, and that's the most important thing on this outfield. It's quick. Just once you pierce the gap, generally runs away to the boundary.
Yeah, didn't try to overhit the ball there, De Silva, just guiding it, really.
OG Shields continuing. Just straying a bit. We've seen that throughout his spell, to be honest. He's straight. It's been a bit erratic, however. He's bowled 2 brute of a delivery. One to take Carey P, and the other was for Terrence Hinds, who was looking very good, very dangerous. It's a quick fire 27 from Terrence Hinds.
I think you could see Shields looking to put in that effort, and when I say effort, I mean he's looking to get extra pace, but I don't think it's something that he should be focused on, really. He has the pace already, just needs to be a bit careful with how he lines the ball up.
This one's short on. It's another no ball. He's bowled a number of no balls here today.
And that obviously could very well be a sign of what we were speaking about, him looking for that extra pace. And you're saying that he bowled 2 deliveries, 2 exceptional deliveries to get the 2 wickets that he did get. And he seems to be looking to do a bit more here for Jamaica. We could very well see a bowling change be coming from this end as well.
Makinu Minley would have started very well from the northern end, taking up 3 wickets in his opening burst. Shields. So now he's definitely starting to pepper Joshua James. A few short balls, he has the feel for it. Deep fine leg, a deep backward square, short leg, mid wicket and a mid on, slip on a gully.
Yeah, that was a very good delivery, and that's what he's looking for, OJ Shields. Those sort of deliveries that can just bring something forward for the Jamaica Scorpions. Obviously, they'll be looking to close off the innings as quickly as possible.
Short and wide down the leg side left. Aldine Thomas doing the glove work in the back.
Yes, I think it has been a really inconsistent over from Shields. You can see him looking to mix up the line, the lengths, but it's just not there in terms of accuracy.
Our cameraman, Mr. Gordon Pierre, capturing the beautiful skies here in South Trinidad. That one shooting through it. Definitely see a bit of more variation and bounce as the match has gone on.
I'd like to see a bit more of those type of deliveries from OJ Shields, those just on the stumps. Obviously, Joshua James likes to get on with things as a Jamaican physio, moving around. Looks fit as ever.
Another badly lined delivery down the leg side to close the over. That could possibly be the end of Shields and this spell. 104 for 6. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, real horror story there for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So 2 openers going for a duck. Normally this season we have seen good starts from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force openers. Different story now presents itself here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy.
Abhijay Mansingh to continue. Slip and P. Captain John Campbell. See, he's willing to give the ball a bit of air. Just a bit, just over pitching.
Don't think the Silver will shy away from taking him down the ground though. Thought that was a very brave shot. Going right on the back foot and almost taking that just off stump.
Much better start at this over by Abhijay Mansingh. Been able to control his lines a bit better.
Yeah, he's been a bit straighter. He's not giving the room to Joshua De Silva. Though the balls are full, it's just straight, just on the line of that middle and off stump where he needs to be.
Just working at the middle, no run. Just building up some dot balls.
Just maybe a bit too full on that occasion, getting away.
Targeting the over, it's a maiden. First by Abhijay Mansingh.
So well away from 372 was Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And that 100 from Gabriel Glenn certainly stamping the authority and putting the Jamaican Scorpions in a very good position to start this game, and their bowlers certainly forwarding that up nicely.
O.J. Shields being given another one by his captain. Joshua James just staying on the back foot and standing up tall, playing it out into the offside, no run.
That wasn't a pleasant sound at all off the bat. Certainly hitting the splice of the bat there, and very hard as well hitting the bat, O.J. Shields.
He's a strong man. A lot of open gaps in the offside. Just a slip, gully, man at point and a mid-off. Targeting those stumps.
Sure, Jimmy and Blackwood must be saying more of those, please, OJ. Yeah, those deliveries on the stumps there, there's always a chance of a false stroke from someone like a Joshua James who likes to, as I said, be aggressive. He has the ability, though, to bat for a long period of time. Four deliveries similar to that one in the last over, and obviously those deliveries not threatening the batsman at all.
It's been very slow progress in today's play. Over it, well behind. Still have another 38 overs remaining in today's play. So definitely have some overtime here this afternoon.
And another no ball from O.J. Shields in the meantime. So that's 2 no balls already in at least the last 10 balls that he has bowled. Not too sure if he's telling the umpire that when he's landing his foot is sliding forward, but obviously it's where the feet land, where that front foot land. Once it's on or over the line, obviously it's a no ball.
Much better delivery on that occasion.
Seems not to be happy with where he's landing, the O.J. Shields. Consistently looking at that area. So as you mentioned, the inconsistency in bounce showing now in the last over that Shields would have bowled. A delivery from that said length would have risen just a shoulder length to Joshua James, and now a delivery that he just prods at outside the off stump, hitting the splice of the bat again.
Well taken there by Aldine Thomas down the leg side. Another over ticks by. It's 29 overs. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 105 for 6.
Just one run added in that Shields over, and obviously coming off a no ball, you can understand why he's trying to bowl those short pitch deliveries at the body of James. There's those two fielders out at fine leg and deep backward square leg. So he's looking to bring those fielders into play, but not the right line.
Much needed partnership developing here between Joshua James and Josh De Silva. It's 26 unbeaten at the moment. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force needs it to go on much further. Excellent work there by Minley. Keeping both batsmen at bay and preventing the single or any further damage. Mansingh continuing. Oh, that's a close call. Big appeal. Umpire Raj Kumar saying not all. Definitely have to take another look at that one.
Pitching on about that Midland leg stump, and could be missing leg stump though. Vishram, I'm not too sure. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely a bit of angle about it and some bounce as well.
It seemed to be sliding.
Yeah, some doubt on that one, so good decision by umpire Rajkumar. This one tucking the silver up. He just plays it out into the onside. Good fielding again. The fielding display by the Scorpions have been excellent. Unlike the Red Force, who dropped a number of catches, opportunities for run out. So the Scorpions have been up and about. Their fourth throw this contest, despite being on the back foot a number of occasions. 9 for 2, 151 for 6, amassing a very competitive first innings total of 372. And now with the ball, they've just completely dominated the Red Force. Inconsistency in bounce is definitely posing an issue now for the batters. 2 consecutive maidens for Abhijay Mansingh.
Yeah, his bowling effort doesn't look expensive anymore after that. But yeah, good bowling from Marquino Minley, 3 for 16 and 7. OJ Shields with 2, and Odin Smith with 1. And as we expected, Vishram, a change in the bowling now from the northern end. Marquino Minley, as you rightfully said, would have been that righteous choice for the Jamaica Scorpions.
Yeah, he's coming from his preferred end, this northern end, commentary box end. His opening burst was excellent. He's hoping to replicate something similar to that. Doesn't have the same feel. Ball is a bit older now. It's 30 overs has been bowled. He's coming back in his seconds, but it's important to see what he can do with this older ball.
He's been a very hard worker for the Jamaica Scorpions team over the years.
There is a bit of a strong wind blowing across the field, and it's continuing to angle that ball down the leg side to the right-hander. There is 2 right-handers at the crease, so maybe just needing to start it a bit wider outside of stump or so. But that's his first ball. It's a bit of a loosener. Snowball has become contagious.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what it is with this end, but immediately Mindley serving up a no ball as well. James on that occasion though seemed to have been wanting to strike that one back down the ground past Mindley.
Very solid looking defense, stroking it back past the bowler. Mid-over just collects. Substitute fielder.
James will just need to be careful how he plays those short of a good length deliveries. That one I'm sure he would have expected to come up a bit more. Having to push the bat down at it at the very last moment. And this time he's driving nicely over cover, and that goes all the way for 4. A bit too wide this time from Marquino Mindley.
Yeah, a bit of aggression shown there by Joshua James. Doesn't want to be bogged down. And this one using the aerial route over cover and just trickling into the boundary in the end. 4 more to Joshua. He moves on to Joshua James, that is. We have 2 Joshuas at the crease. 8 of 30. It's been a very patient knock by him, by his standards. Absorbing some pressure. There is a bit of pressure on the red force.
Luckily there, that one didn't go to the hand of Jermaine Blackwood. Just almost falling away there, Joshua James, as he played it.
So looking at the field, just wondering where this wicket can come from. Just a slip on a gully. This one angled down the leg side. Good work by Aldine Thomas again. Slip on a gully, a man at point, cover, mid-off, mid-on or mid-wicket. Deep backward square and a fine leg. So not very attacking.
I think if you're looking for wickets, I thought that I would have liked to see one more slip in there as well, putting a bit more pressure, as you said, on the Trinidad and Tobago red force batsmen.
It's a much better line. It's 110 for 6, and I agree totally. You have a team at 110, they still trail by a further 262 runs. You're looking at possibly thoughts of enforcing the follow-on as well, so you want to get these wickets as quickly as possible, so create a scenario where you're looking at adding pressure onto them, putting fielders in catching positions. But Jamaica Scorpions at the moment just seem content with just letting the game trickle along.
Someone like a Joshua De Silva, who's in form, who has been in form for this tournament, you can't allow him to settle, and with him being 32 and facing 75 deliveries, I think he could well consider himself a bit settled.
He definitely looks a bit more comfortable. This one defended out. No run. Mansingh has grown into this spell.
And as you would expect as well for a leg spinner, just needs to settle himself as well. This time De Silva goes over cover, and that's going to be 4 runs again. So 2 boundaries already in the last 8 deliveries. And Mansingh 2 full, 2 wide, and De Silva taking advantage of it.
Yeah, loose ball there by Abhijay Mansingh. And De Silva getting the better of him on that occasion. Going through cover for 4. Pushes him on to 36. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 114 for 6. I haven't seen much variation from Mansingh. Just been consistently bowling those leg breaks.
Has the ability to bowl the wrong one though, but obviously yet to see it, as you said.
It's a bit short on whipped off his pads, but straight to mid-wicket.
Silva seems to be much more comfortable with the deliveries that's pitched up to him, as opposed to those deliveries that's a bit shorter and quicker through the air.
He's definitely grown in confidence. His footwork is much better now. Done a bit shorter, and he's using the depth of his crease, angling it back. He's playing it out to a backward point, no run. So he's growing in confidence. He's 36. He's faced all of 79 deliveries. That one spinning sharply.
I think that's the best delivery of the spell of Abhijay Mansingh. We may just get a second look at it. There we go. Just on about leg stump and dropping just short of the fielder, maybe. Yeah, just a bit short. But that ends the over as 114 for 6 after 32.
Yeah, just a little bit of excitement at the end of that over there. Abhijay Mansingh creating a bit of an opportunity, but not going to hand. Makino Minley to continue from the commentary box end. Joshua James on strike. Again, well, we see that the backward squares moved across to the offside. So it's a 6-3 field now. Extra protection cover region, a short cover and an extra cover.
Those deliveries are being dealt with very well by Joshua James. Those deliveries that are a bit shorter, obviously because of his height as well. And they thought that he was a bit more uncomfortable with the deliveries that's pitched up to him. Not too wide though, because he's looking to take it on.
Oh, that one shooting through and keeping very, very low. Excellent work by Aldine Thomas to gather that. But since the resumption of play, not many opportunities created by the Scorpions. So nice partnership brewing here. It's now 35 between Joshua James and Joshua De Silva.
Yeah, I think the two best things that has happened for the Scorpions since returning out to the park is that delivery from Mansingh and now this one from Mindley. And those are the type of deliveries that I said James needs to look out for. Because of that height that he possesses, obviously he would be very comfortable on the back foot, but those deliveries that are pitched in short, some keeping low, he needs to be careful because he has a lot more work to do in getting forward to it than the other batsmen.
Oh, that's a beauty of a delivery. Taking the inside edge and going all the way down to the final leg boundary for 4. Makino Mindley.
That one seaming back in sharply there from Mindley, rushing James as well, and a flash it went to the boundary. Luckily that didn't go onto the stumps.
He's bowling well, Makino Mindley. Unlucky on that occasion.
But it's the innings like these when you weather the storm of the bowlers and these sort of passages of play, when you get through them, is where you really reap the benefits. And James thus far, he has been there for quite a while, and as you said, it's not an innings that you would expect him to play, but it was warranted based on the situation.
Good length there. Pitched up and forcing James to drive. Straight out to cover, no run. Jermaine Blackwood standing in the short cover position. See a lot more regularity, the ball keeping down quite a bit. Could be very alarming, especially for the Red Force, who this point in time could be batting fourth on this wicket.
Yeah, certainly. And in the meantime, the 33rd over has been completed 118 for the loss of 6. And I think this could be an exciting over. Mansingh has, as you said, settled in nicely. And the last delivery of his previous over, he would have had the silver edging, but short of that first slip fielder. So when you finish an over like that, and you have the said batsman facing at the other end on the next over of yours, could be very interesting. The silver taking the quick single.
Yeah, that's good work from him. Good intensity shown between the wickets, stroking it and going with the shot. Oh, for the first time we'll see Joshua James facing up to Abhijay Mansingh. Keeping the mid-off up. That's just as we speak. Pushing him back now. Is he going to go all the way back to the boundary? It's about 3/4 way there now. Yeah, he does find his way back. So it's a long on and a long off in play. This one stroked out to the cover. Brandon King doing the fielding. Long on, long off, deep mid wicket, a backward square, deep backward square. A lot of protection for Mansingh. What a ball! What a delivery!
Yeah, he's absolutely castled there, Joshua James. A perfect delivery from the leg spinner, and James leaving the gates opened. And tell you what, Mansingh breaking in.
Oh, that's a chaff of a delivery. Just went on with the angle, and Joshua James. Too much of a gap between bat and pad, and well done there by Mansingh to go through the defense of Joshua James and getting that breakthrough, a much needed breakthrough for the Scorpions. It's 119 for 7. Red Force trail by 253 runs. Fall of the 7th wicket, and we're still not certain whether Yannick Araya will be returning to the crease.
Yeah, so Joshua James, you gotta appreciate the fight from him though, that he's shown out there with his skipper Joshua De Silva. And in strides Brian Charles now. He would be trying to do a bit more of the same. I think it's a case of Joshua James trying to be a bit too safe, Vishram.
Definitely. I mean, what transpired before is that Joshua De Silva faced a majority of deliveries from Abhijay Mansingh, and they were all leg breaks, turning away. And on this occasion, 2 deliveries faced by Joshua James, and one he played it out. The second went on with the angle and threw bat and pad. So good variation shown there by Mansingh on that occasion and getting the better of Joshua James. Choosing the right opportunity to explore his variations. There was a partnership developing, but that has now been dismissed, and here we go. New batter is Brian Charles, and he's gotten him first ball down, and the Scorpions now are smelling blood in the water.
What a delivery there from Mansingh, pitching outside off stump, turning back into Brian Charles, and what a delivery to get first up, the top of off. And there's no coach, no bowler won't be happier with that type of delivery than Abhijay Mansingh at the moment.
Yeah, they go bang bang. Abhijay Mansingh 119 now for 8. Probably seeing either Yannick Araya or Shannon Gabriel to take center stage, but Jamaica's Scorpions totally dominated the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting lineup, and it will be Shannon Gabriel, so we may not see Yannick Araya coming back out to bat, as the players will take a much deserved drinks break. We'll take a short break and resume shortly.
Welcome back to the action here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in more bother of a bothering spot now. 119 for 8. Mansingh striking in the last two deliveries of his. He's now on a hat-trick. Vishram, as I welcome you back into the com box.
Thank you very much, Visham Lalman. And who would you want better than to bowl to Shannon Gabriel on your hat-trick delivery?
Oh my. You know he have succumbed to a leg spinner in the past in Yasir Shah against Pakistan to draw a match. He was been bowled. Let's see what he does this time around. A loud appeal for leg before and not out, says the umpire. Umpire Lyndon Rajkumar didn't move a muscle and he has plenty.
It's a close call. We see the replay here now. Pitching on middle and sliding on. It's very close. This one a fuller delivery, stroke back to mid or no run.
Thought that one would have been missing leg. Seems to be another googly. At the end of the over, 119 for 8. As you said, it would be left to be seen if Carrier take the field again. Azim Basra to the right, keeping a close eye on proceedings. Doesn't look a happy man at the moment.
Definitely not. One title that has eluded him and eluded Trinidad and Tobago for the past 19 years is this regional 40 title.
Just wondering if it's Shannon Gabriel that's having a word with De Silva, or De Silva having a word with Shannon Gabriel.
It's probably a conversation of whether or not we'll be taking the single. Joshua De Silva will definitely be looking to monopolize strike at this point in time. Minley. It's been a good knock by Joshua De Silva, just hasn't found any able party to join him and develop a partnership. Joshua James attempted to do so, but he was deceived by a beauty by Abhijay Mansingh in the previous over. You know that they're 119 for 8. Yannick Karaya did attempt a bat, but had to retire hurt, succumbing to that hamstring injury.
Yeah, so rightfully not taking the single with Shannon Gabriel at the other end. But I'm interested to see what would be the approach of De Silva now, given the fact that Gabriel is at the other end.
He's still trailed by 253 runs. Long way away, even to just avoid the follow-on. Desperate times here for the Red Force. This is well worked and it's nicely played into the gap, and it will go all the way into the boundary. That's very well played by Joshua De Silva.
Yeah, the ground here assisting Joshua De Silva on that occasion, but nicely worked off the hips there from him. Too short from Mindley, too straight, and put away by De Silva.
Yeah, a bit of sea movement coming into Joshua De Silva, but he started it too straight, as Visham said, and worked into the gap front of square and gets the boundary. He's definitely grown in confidence, Joshua De Silva. He's 41 of 85 deliveries. He's batted time. He's given himself an opportunity. Just hasn't found a companion to bat with. Now he's left with Shannon Gabriel. Gino Minley, 3 for 25 in his 10th over. It's a beautiful delivery just outside off stump. Goes through to wicketkeeper Aldane Thomas. Another good leave. What? There are two types of leave, not so?
Yeah, certainly they are. But I thought that was a good one. Well, De Silva will tell you that it was a good one.
2 balls remain in this over. He'd be looking for a single, I would presume, within these next 2 deliveries. Oh, that one just keeping very, very low. So the variation of bounce now is clearly evident. It's going to just get a lot more difficult as the match progresses. And with the sun, hopefully we do get some sunlight tomorrow. It continues to bake down on this wicket. Those cracks would open up as well.
This ball now could be an interesting one, whether or not De Silva would try and get on the other end to be on strike for the next over. We'll have to wait and see.
Captain John Campbell ensuring that his fielders are aware. This one he slashes, and he slashes it over backward point, and he gets a boundary. So that's 4 more to Joshua, but it means that Shannon Gabriel will be on strike for the start of the next over.
Yeah, wide from Mindley and head in the air and all. Joshua De Silva was swinging for the heavens, but outside edge allowing him to get a boundary. But yeah, Shannon Gabriel on strike now. That could be very, very interesting with the leg spin operating.
Next spinner Abhijay Mansingh grown in confidence as he's continued his spell in last over, picking up 2 wickets in 2 consecutive deliveries. He'll be eager to take up the attack, to continue the attack, especially with Shannon Gabriel on strike, sensing an opportunity to finish and close off this Red Force innings. Still trailed by 245. Mansingh. Can Shannon Gabriel survive?
getting a lot of chat from the fielders around the bat. And Blackwood, Glenn, and also Campbell. Loud appeal this time, not out again, says umpire Rajkumar.
Bit of a wrong on again, and looks as if it's going down the leg side. Not a good decision there by Lyndon Rajkumar. So now we're just starting to see the variations from Mansingh.
Yeah, certainly smelling blood here, Abhijay Mansingh.
It's like a shark in the water.
Shannon Gabriel in the meantime looks solid as a rock. Bat and pad close to each other. Defending well. The Silver would be proud.
How long can he resist the temptation? That's the question. Mid on and mid off is up. Encouraging Shannon to go for the top.
And he's off the mark, Shannon Gabriel, just like that. Much like a top order batsman would do, whipping that one off his legs. Running down to the other end.
It's 2 deliveries remain in this over now, so the task at hand for Abhijay Mansingh would be to keep Joshua De Silva on strike for those 2 deliveries. So he continues to keep mid on and mid off up. Doesn't want to drag down because deep backward square and deep mid wicket is in play. So just have a slip. Good fielding of his own bowling.
Yeah, De Silva looking for the single. It's not there at all.
1 delivery left.
Seems to be getting it here. And Gabriel doing well to get home. So De Silva, the plan working out for him in the end. And it's 129 for 8 now after 36.
Makino Minley with an opportunity to pick up 4. He'll be continuing from the northern end. Going to spread the field a bit now with Joshua De Silva on strike.
Yeah, they're giving him the single, or the opportunity to take a single. And he refuses it.
Played out to deep square to Odin Smith there, and Joshua De Silva declining that single. Not trusting Gabriel to face Minley, at least not yet. Very well played by Joshua De Silva. He's on 46, eyeing up another half century. Trinidad and Tobago is treated by 243. So there's still a long way for them to go to at least avoid a follow on. Saw something very similar happen in the first innings when Jamaica was batting Javel Glenn in the wicket. when he and OG Shields had a last wicket partnership, but none in excess of 40 runs, frustrating the Red Force.
It's a case of when the Silver decides to take the single, if it won't be on.
2 balls remain in the over now, so you would think that there would be a few field changes, but John Campbell deciding to maintain the third man, deep point, deep backward square, and fine leg. Mid off is a bit deep as well. And that's beautifully played all along the ground for 4.
Yeah, that's a top shot, and that brings up a half century for Joshua De Silva. 95 deliveries to get there, and he needed a boundary, and he got it. An expert shot there from the right-hander, and his good form continues.
Yeah, very well deserved half century for Joshua De Silva. Captain's innings. Just unfortunate that he hasn't found anyone else to bat with him. His team is in deep trouble. 133 for 8. They trail by 239 runs. One-man show. This one guided again, and that's going to be another boundary. So he moves on to 54.
Yeah, getting boundaries right around the ground. Joshua Silva, this time a bit too wide, guided past that gully fielder, and pierced the gap as well between the third man and the deep backward point.
Once again, it will be Shannon Gabriel. 1 strike for the start of the upcoming over.
Continue to be in the air of Shannon Gabriel. Too full this time from Mansingh. Shannon Gabriel being able to deal with that nicely. Must say his defense has been good. Much to the delight, it seems, of Jermaine Blackwood at slip. Playing the googly well as well. The wrong one there from Mansingh, coming back into Gabriel, and he was brave enough to play it on the back foot as well. Mansingh finding it difficult to get through the defenses of Gabriel.
There's 3 deliveries remaining in this over. I think a bit too flat.
I'd like to see him invite Gabriel a bit more, especially with those 2 fielders up and back down the ground. That's mid-off and mid-on.
We know that Shannon can't resist the temptation sometimes to go over the top. Again, starting it a bit too straight at Googly, going further down the leg side. Shannon Gabriel doing a wonderful job seeing out that over of Abhijay Mansingh.
Yeah, so far doing well, Shannon Gabriel. And in the meantime, the Silver going past 50, 54 of 96. And if you missed it, Abhijay Mansingh striking 2 big blows in 2 consecutive deliveries just before the drinks break a while ago, accounting for the demise of Joshua James and also Brian Charles. But here comes Odin Smith now, who will be replacing Marquino Mindley from the northern end.
For our newer viewers, the art of leg spin. If a leg spinner that's the direction of the ball, and Abhichai Mansingh does have the wrong on, and have my artist Visham Lalman to show us the wrong on in the direction that it would go. Well, yeah, have to work on that drawing, Mr. Lalman.
I think it's good for now.
If I got a ball like what you just drew, there's no way you can play it. Yeah. Odin Smith to Joshua De Silva. He just defended that one out. No run.
Yeah, I think they've been happy with what Mansingh is doing at the other end and just ringing the changes from this end.
And I mean, throughout the innings, we've seen them targeting this area of the wicket, and it's been very, it's a good length that you normally see in the likes of Josh Hazelwood, targeting and bowling very consistently throughout, wicket to wicket, just on and about the off stump, just short of a good length, and it's reaped rewards for the Scorpions team.
Yeah, certainly, and Odin Smith would be looking to do a bit more of that.
Short and wide, played out, again no runs, declining that single, so that's 3 deliveries, bit of a stalemate at the moment.
Yeah, not causing too many problems in this early start to the over, and Odin Smith and Josh De Silva quite happy to play it in the off or play it in the on.
Might see a few more expansive shots coming our way this next 3 deliveries.
And expansive indeed. Over mid-off, and De Silva could earn himself a boundary. Yes, he does. So another boundary here from De Silva, and you called it.
Yeah, he's batting very smartly, very intelligently, realizing that the field will be up in the latter half of the over, and going over the top, using the aerial route and going over mid-off for 4. And he's bringing down the deficit. It's now reached the 231. Can they avoid the follow-on? That's the big question.
It's going to be very difficult to do so. No ball now, so as you said, it became contagious on that end.
Umpire Crawford signaling no ball. Seems as if there might be a bit of dew forming, as so Odin Smith trying to dry his hands. Just about 30 minutes past 7 here, local time. Oh, what a beautiful delivery. Just holding its own. Let's see some of your artwork there with that one.
I think I'd reserve that artwork. I think I'd like to see you draw. I saw you use the box earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, that landed in that box area. So he's comfortable taking the single of the final delivery. So that's very well played by Joshua De Silva.
I think they made it too easy for him to get the
certainly.
single.
Certainly agree with that.
The end of 39, 143 for 8. And just 59 to De Silva and 29 to Hinds, 10 to Mohammed. Someone who the Red Force would have depended on quite a lot. Mansingh to continue. Yeah, so 143 for 8. And no De Silva for Mansingh to bowl to this time. Well, no, Gabriel rather for Mansingh to bowl to this time around.
Joshua De Silva has done well in this last week partnership. They've put on 24 runs already. Out of that, Shannon Gabriel has made 1. But he's manipulated his strike quite nicely. Shown a lot of experience in this position. He's done it a number of times with the teal for West Indies.
Yeah, I thought that he has been in this position quite a lot in senior level cricket, Joshua De Silva. It's a bit unfortunate. This time taking the single, trusting Gabriel with the last 2.
What would be your delivery to bowl to?
I think I'd bowl 1 of each. That's the traditional leg spin, and of course the wrong one.
Gentleman enjoying his dinner.
Showing some good cricket as well. Complementing each other there, the dinner and the cricket.
Mansingh with an opportunity to pick up 3. Again, he's bowling a bit flat, I think, for my liking, especially against Shannon Gabriel. Should try and just give it that air. Entice him to play the big shot. Let him try and go over the top. It's 1 ball remaining. Can he survive? And he doesn't.
Yeah, inside edge there from Gabriel. The wrong one this time from Mansingh. And the brilliant catch there by Javel Glenn at short leg. He could do no wrong. Yeah, the wrong one certainly taking the inside edge onto the pad. And have a look at that. A flying Javel Glenn.
Yeah, he's done extremely well to hold on to that one. And that's the loss of the 9th wicket for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 144 for 9. And it appears as if Yannick Araya will be resuming his innings.
That's going to be interesting as Gabriel leaves.
Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they trail by 228 runs. Need another 29 runs to avoid the follow-on.
I think that's why Carrier would have made the effort to go out there to try his very best along with the Silver to knock that off.
But in the event that they are unable to avoid the follow-on, as a captain, putting on your captaincy hat, Mr. Lalman, if you were John Campbell, what would you do?
I think I'd have still, with the amount of time that I had left, according to where the Red Force team finishes, it's a tale of 2 halves really. If I'm confident enough in my bowlers, I would of course send the Red Force team back into bat, see how much wickets we can get as a team. But it's also a case of, you know, if you have enough runs to work with.
Yeah, definitely. it's going to be an interesting decision if John Campbell gets to make that decision, because we are playing a day-night affair here, and it's nice conditions, it's cool, so the bowlers, and they've only bowled about 40 overs, so should be fresh enough. That's well cut, but they're able to jog through for the single. So Karaya comes on to strike, facing Odin Smith. Yeah, and if it is, but then on the other hand, I don't think that neither team would want to bat fourth on this wicket, because we've seen the variation of bounce. It is getting much more difficult to bat on. So decision looming, but that can be taken away depending on the outcome of this partnership. So 145 for 9. They require another 28 runs to avoid the follow on. Yannick Araya, hindered by a hamstring injury. He's on 7 deliveries. And that's intelligent bowling there by Odin Smith. Unfortunately he's overstepping, but definitely the short one is a good tactic, because it forces the batsman to go down and putting a bit more strain on that hamstring.
Yeah, you can see Smith looking to put in that extra effort and look to get rid of this last wicket immediately. To straight this time. Good take by the wicket keeper.
Odin Smith 1 for 32 in his 8th over. Changing his line of attack now, coming back over the wicket. He has one slip on a gully. A fine gully. And this one he places to mid off. Bit straighter. Comes across. And there's no chance of a single.
Yeah, Blackwood coming around quickly to his left. Jermaine Blackwood quick on the outfield as per normal.
Another 24 overs remain at the end of this one. Correa looking a bit uncomfortable with that delivery. Just rising in the ribcage area. You can see that he's definitely hindered by that hamstring. His footwork isn't the same as if he was fully fit.
He's not moving as comfortable as he would normally be.
Just leaving that one outside the off stump.
Silva seems to be seeing that Odin Smith is overstepping, and he seems to be asking the umpire, why did that not, was that not been called a no ball?
Solid defense there by Karaya, keeping out Odin Smith. So 41 overs finished. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are 146 for 9.
Wondering if they're gonna stick with Abhijay Mansingh from the far end, or whether or not we're gonna see a change. But looks as though he's gonna continue.
He's definitely grown into this spell. He's 3 for 21 in his 9th over. He started off 2 overs for 13. So that's 8 runs conceded in his last 7 overs, picking up 3 wickets. Very well bowled.
time the silver goes hard down the ground, but through the fielder, and that goes all the way for 4. Unfortunate there for Mansingh and the Jamaica Scorpions.
Yeah, a lot of power in that shot by Josh. Striking it well and just bouncing in front of the fielder, making it very awkward and going through him, going all the way into the fence for 4. Important vital runs for Red Force. Require another 23 to avoid that follow-on.
Refusing the single, Joshua De Silva, though carry at the other end.
Karaya very capable with the bat, but you can see how much he's struggling with that hamstring injury.
Too full this time, and that he goes high and hard is Josh De Silva, and that goes all the way for 6. What a lusty blow that is from the right-handed skipper of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, he's batting well. He's definitely got his eye, and he gave himself an opportunity. He took time earlier on, and now, as with the tail end, he's looking to explode, and he's doing so. Lovely shot indeed. Opening up his left shoulder and going inside out over long off and getting the maximum value. He's on 71.
Pulling this time, and that goes all the way again. That's 6 more from the silver.
Yeah, Josh is in T20 mode now. He's turning it on here at the Brown Cricket Academy.
Much needed from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The silver knows it. Too short. A drag down really from Mansingh. And that was high and hard over deep mid wicket.
Mansingh, what's his riposte?
Looked to have been the wrong one this time around. Silva again refusing the single. Seeing that Carrier would have had some difficulty in negotiating Odin Smith as well. That would be playing on the mind of Josh De Silva.
Trail by 210. Need another 11 runs. They're not too far off that now. The way Joshua is batting, that could be 2 blows.
This time he's pulling and going straight this time. Not where he intended it to go though. But that goes into the boundary for 4. So 20 runs coming from that Mansingh over. And here's a look at that again. Another drag down.
Putting pressure on Abhijay Mansingh at the start of the over, and then reaping rewards with that shot. And now another one, another boundary. Joshua De Silva, he pushes on quickly to 81 of 114 deliveries. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 166 for 9. They require another 7 runs to avoid the follow-on.
And looks as though that bowling change is going to come. Brad Barnes comes into the attack, just bowling 2 overs in the innings.
Brad Barnes into the attack. He's bowling from the commentary box end. Right arm off spin, turning the ball theoretically away from the left-handed Yannick Araya. There's a slip on a short leg in play. Backward point, cover, mid-off. This is just his 3rd over.
Bowling quite flat. Barnes.
Just easing it into the offside. So he's surviving, and that's all that is required of him at this point in time for Yannick Araya. They've already put on 22 runs for this final wicket.
It's a good delivery again from Barnes, taking the inside half of the bat. Too short, too wide. Carrier can't pierce the field.
Solid defense there by Yannick Correa, but look at how much he's struggling, leaning over and having to use the bat as a prop to survive that last delivery. So surviving the Brad Barnes over off spin, it now the spotlight goes back on to Joshua De Silva. He's on 81. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are 166. They trail by 206 runs. And there's a change in bowling. From the sudden end, it will be Odin Smith coming on.
Marquino Mindley seems to be leaving the field as well.
And we'll also have a change in commentary. Mr. Vinud Mamchan will be taking over.
Thanks a lot, Vishram. And let me say a very good evening to Visham Lalman as well.
Good evening, Vinud.
So it's going to be De Silva. He has batted beautifully. He's farmed the strike. There's been a measured knock. Oh, it's short. Pulled away imperiously for 4. Bad bowling here, Visham.
Yeah, too short to De Silva, a man who's set and who's on 81. You can't be bowling that short to him. And on this track, the ball just standing up to be hit there.
That's a lovely shot. He was quick to pounce on it because in a situation like this, you look to take advantage of the bad deliveries. You look to push on because last man is in with you. It would not be, although it's not a number 11 batsman. It's a proper middle order batsman, but still he's injured. So you can't push the singles too much. You can't rush it. Smith. Not really timing this as he would like.
Yeah, I thought that he missed out there, De Silva. Too full from Smith this time, overcompensating, given the fact that he would have pitched one in short in the last delivery. Looking to get the ball up this time around.
Say goodnight to all our viewers out there in Jamaica. Sure you're very proud of the way your team has gone about their business today. The mighty Red Force under pressure. There goes De Silva getting a single, so he moves on now to 86. And he'll be looking for a 4th regional century this season here, Visham.
That would be very welcomed by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, given the fact that they were in a spot of bother. They are still in a spot of bother as well, and it would be much of a heroic performance as well, given the situation that the Red Force was in when De Silva came to the crease.
Yeah, you can't fold De Silva in. They're still 200 runs behind, but long way to go. Last man in. So Correa has been battling with a hamstring injury. He's going out there to help his captain add a valuable 27 runs so far.
And he's been peppered with short deliveries from Odin Smith, and he looks very uncomfortable.
Well, due to the injury, one can understand what Smith is trying to do. I would have brought the spinner zone and have him stretch, because he can't really stretch with a hamstring injury. And you crowd him and just let him hopefully pop it in the air.
Yeah, I thought that would have been the better option. We saw that happen in the Odin Smith over as well. He popped the delivery that he would have been forward to.
Again, another short delivery to the body, guiding it down to long leg. It's the end of the over, at the end of another over. At the end of over number 44 is 171 for 9. More thoughts from Visham Lalman.
Brad Barnes obviously would have bowled the over from the northern end, in the last over from the northern end, that is. And he's obviously going to be spinning the ball into Josh De Silva, and De Silva could take a liking to him, especially with him looking to get on with things and get quick runs here. Field is well spread out now.
So here's Brad Barnes. Swung away. And that's the end of the innings. Flying to his left there was King. And that is an amazing catch. There in the innings, 171 all out. And Joshua De Silva, 86. A beautiful knock.
Yeah, fighting knock from the skipper, Joshua De Silva. You can't fault him, as you said, looking to get on with things. And I was saying just before the start of this over, that could have led to a casualty with him looking to take on the off spinner, and it did. But a wonderful catch from Brandon King.
Yeah, wonderful indeed. De Silva is 14 shy of a fourth first-class century this season. And would Jamaica enforce the follow on, you think, Visham?
I don't think so. I really don't think that they would. And as we see Josh De Silva raising his bat as he leaves the field.
It's a good knock by the captain. It's given at least, it's got it down to 200 runs, the lead. Let's see, these days you don't really see teams enforcing the follow on. Ghana, imagine that. They bowled Jamaica all for 40 odd, did not enforce the follow on, and gave us the excuse that the bowlers were tired after bowling them out for 41. So we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back to see what's going to transpire. Well, welcome back. We greet you with the news that Jamaica has decided not to enforce the follow-on. They lead by 201 runs after bowling out the Red Force for 100 and was it 79? As they now go out there. 171, sorry, the Red Force bowled out for. As Jamaica will be looking to face a further 18 overs or so before the end of the night's play. As I say, welcome again to Visham Pamisa.
Yeah, wonderful bowling display there by the Scorpions. Well led by their captain on the field. Makino Manley picking up 3. Abhichai Mansingh picking up 3 as well.
Well, the Silver is taking a little rest. He has decided to entrust the gloves to Amir Django. And it's going to be the man from in Tobago, Joshua James, who's going to open the bowling from the northern end.
So the game has definitely progressed during the course of today. Seen 14 wickets fall today. 6 on the first day, 14 on day 2. Still some play. John Campbell, he's been in good form. Didn't deliver in the first innings though.
Works is away. There always seems to be a vacancy at the top of the order if I'm opening the battle for the West Indies. Campbell would want to stake claim to that.
Yeah, definitely, and he'll be batting under very little pressure at this point in time now. His team leads by 202 runs. You know, he can come out there and bat pretty freely.
I think they'll want to bat Trinidad out of the match.
Most definitely. Cook Mackenzie had a very patient 35 or so in the first innings. He's facing up to Joshua James, and this one wide with the angle, going down further wide. Amir Django collecting it in front of first slip. So it's important that the Red Force pick up early wickets to keep themselves in this game.
It's going to be an uphill task when you 200 runs behind, because whatever Jamaica scores, if you bowl them even for 50, to get to 250 the way Red Force batted in the first inning, it's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, but they're definitely gonna have to pick up some early wickets. Maybe try and restrict them to nothing more than 150. So at least you think that 350, but it is a wearing wicket. It's going to be a challenge no matter what, as you said. So Trinidad and Tobago definitely find themselves against the wall.
Yeah, from now on to the end of the match, they'll find themselves with their backs against the wall. Too straight. It's going to run very close to the boundary. In fact, into the boundary for 4.
Shannon Gabriel not making much of an effort to save that one. It goes into the boundary quite easily. So that's 4 to Cook Mackenzie.
Well, one would have thought that Gabriel would have gotten that. Oh, there was only a matter of bending down to pick the ball up.
Just after, at the end of this over, there will be 17 overs again left in today's play. Another one straight down the leg side, taken by wicketkeeper Django. So earlier today as well, in the Guyana game, they would have
succumb to first innings, but they're fighting back. Oh, and they are at the top of the table. Red Force is second. They've lost first innings here, so it shows how competitive this league is.
Ghana responding strongly in their second innings. End of the first over, it's 5 without loss.
Once again, that innings of Javel Glenn stands out like a beacon.
Well, look at this. When last you've seen this, 2 wicket keepers on the field.
Joshua De Silva coming out, just allowing Amir Django to wicket keep for the 1 over. Taking up the attack from the sudden end, Shannon Gabriel. And he'll be hopeful that doesn't have the same luck as he had in the first innings.
He bowled beautifully in the first innings, but somehow just wasn't able to get the wickets that he deserved.
Scorpions lead by 206. Gabriel attacking the stumps. Well defended by Captain Campbell. A bit of byplay there by Terence Hinds and Kirk McKenzie. A very impressive performance by the Jamaica Scorpions. Since losing the toss, they've faced their challenges, but they've overcame them. Been an excellent team effort throughout. Gabriel, short and wide, and left alone there by Campbell. John Campbell. Would have spent some time in the West Indies camp a couple of years ago. Definitely wanting to find himself back there. So, good effort with the bat, and in the second innings would bode well for him and his opportunities going forward. Facing up Shannon Gabriel. So again, it's wide outside the off stump, and he's showing as if he's playing a cover drive, but it's well within the line of the ball, so it's just simply leaving it alone. Definitely need to get closer to the wicket. Does Shannon Gabriel? He has 2 slips in play, a gully. Gabriel taking his time in between deliveries. Oh, that's a beauty.
Oh, similar to the first innings. Gabriel just stands there and looks. I think he's accepted the fact that he's not getting any wickets. He's smiling. What a beauty. Let's have a look at that again.
This one he definitely played at, the John Campbell. And just totally squared up.
Yeah, it was quick as well.
Yeah, brilliant bowling there. As you see, the 2 slips in play with Shannon Gabriel working up ahead of steam here now from the sudden end.
Ooh, another quick delivery.
Just playing inside the line.
It's having a polite inquiry. It's having a polite word, in fact, not an inquiry, a word with
Here we see the two slips.
Campbell. Probably telling him that he can get some good doubles right across the highway in Marbella.
For our newer viewers, that's the slip cordon that we have in play.
Yeah, what he'll try to do is he bowls well to left-handers around the wicket. He will be trying to get that ball to come in with the angle and straighten to get the slip cordon in the game.
That's beautifully bowled. Attacking the stumps. That's a good over by Shannon Gabriel. Good start for him.
Just picking up where he left off in the first innings.
Sijit Cooley making his way off the field, and Amel Django now back on. With Joshua James continuing from the northern end. Kirk McKenzie taking up strike. He's on 4. Django taking his position at first slip. Brian Charles second. Solid defense here by Kirk McKenzie. Standing tall on top of the bounce, just defending it out into the offside. Jason Mohammed walks in to retrieve. Energy levels a bit low on the outside here now. In the outfield. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Backs against the wall. That's a lifting delivery, taking the splice of the bat, and it's caught at gully. So the fall of the first wicket, Kirk McKenzie caught in gully of the bowling of Joshua James. What a start there for Joshua James.
Yeah, James again. It's a brutal delivery. And Trinidad and Tobago will be very happy with that. They've taken their first wicket.
Yeah, that's a great start indeed. That's exactly what they needed. Exactly what the doctor ordered for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 5 for 1. Joshua James steaming in from the northern end. And a short delivery rising on Kirk McKenzie and hitting the splice of the bat and looping to the man at gully there. And a simple catch taken. So that brings about the demise of Kirk McKenzie for 4. And coming in at number 3, the King, Brandon King.
Yep, King missed out in the first innings, so he would want to address that in the second innings, in the second SC.
Just the start that Joshua James would have wanted on the Red Force team. See Shannon Gabriel making his way to mid-on. We have 2 slip on a gully. Joshua James has bowled well throughout this match, picking up 3 wickets in the first innings. That's his first now for the second, making that initial breakthrough. Brandon King, who's caught at mid-wicket. There is a mid-wicket in place as well. Solidly behind that one, squaring up a bit and defending it out into the offside. No run. Scored at mid-wicket in the first innings, Brandon King. Playing a bit of a loose shot. Playing in front of, not letting the ball come under his eyes and playing it a bit ahead of his body and scooping a catch straight to mid-wicket, gleefully taken by Jason Mohammed in the first innings. So it's now 5 for 1. We're in the third over. You would think Red Force would need to get at least 4 to 5 wickets here this afternoon. It's a no ball by Joshua James, umpire Lyndon Rajkumar, swapping ends.
James. King gets one that makes some height. I like this pitch. There's something for everyone on this in this pitch.
Yeah, there's definitely it all depends on what you put out, the effort that you put, because we saw the likes in the first innings, in the first innings of Jamaica Scorpion, Joshua James did put a lot of effort. He reaped his rewards with 3 wickets. Carry Pierre, the spinner, picking up 3 wickets. But also if it is that you put your head down and you bat, likes of Javel Glenn made a brilliant 100. Same can be seen in the first innings of the Red Force, where Joshua De Silva gave himself time at the beginning and then was able to explode later on, making 80 odd. Abhijay Mansingh picking up 3 with his leg spin. The pace of Makino Minley picking up 3 with his medium fast bowling. So, exactly as you said, there's something on offer for everyone. And the variation is coming on. The wicket is starting to, the bounce is starting to fluctuate a bit. This one just wide outside off, well left. That's the end of the third over. 6 for 1 at the Jamaica Scorpions in their second innings. So Shannon Gabriel to continue from the sudden end. Jamaica Scorpions 6 for 1 after 3 overs. Men at the wicket is Brandon King and John Campbell. John Campbell looking for a score in the second innings. Shannon Gabriel hasn't picked up a wicket in the game thus far. Just a sprinkling of spectators. Gabriel definitely bowling with a lot of effort. He's striving for some pace. Just coming off slowly off the wicket. Wicket hasn't deteriorated in terms of scuff marks and the scent of the wicket. It's more at the popping creases on both ends. It's held up quite nicely. The bounce has started to vary a bit, as we saw more so in the Red Force innings. 6 for 1 in the fourth over. Scorpions lead by 207. This one just straight down the leg side and all the way through to wicketkeeper De Silva. So you would think that Red Force would need to get at least 3 to 4 wickets this afternoon. There's at least a minimum of 14 overs to be bowled for the close before the close of play. And we also, on the other hand, Scorpions would like to probably go through without losing any further wickets. Shannon Gabriel again. Oh, that's a close one. It's a big appeal and it's given. Leg before wicket. Finally! Finally for Shannon Gabriel, he delivers the goods for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. You can see the relief on the man. As we see the replay, this one hitting him directly in front of middle stump and keeping low, and it would have cannoned into middle and leg. And the fall of the second wicket for the Scorpions. They are now 6 for 2 in the fourth over. And finally, Shannon Gabriel reaping his rewards for his wonderful spell in the first innings, but unable to get wickets. Now he's gotten one, and it's a double failure here for Jonathan Campbell in this match. Jamaica Scorpions 6 for 2 in the fourth over. They lead by 207. Welcome back, Mr. Vinod Mamchan.
Anytime I get up, every time I leave my seat, you somehow get a wicket. So it's 6 for 2 at the moment.
Just the start that the Red Force would have wanted, not so, Vinod.
Yeah, definitely. You had mentioned that. You're 200 runs behind and you need early wickets. So it's 6 for 2 at the moment.
I know that you mean Blackwood is a man that fights fire with fire.
I always thought that this period here, just about 18 overs in the night with the new ball, was always going to be difficult. And this is why I said I was surprised that Jamaica did not enforce the follow-on. I would have enforced the follow-on.
Yeah, that would have been the attacking move. You know, enforcing that follow-on. And especially as your bowlers, they just bowled just over 40 overs, so they shouldn't have been extremely tired.
And out of that, you had a number of overs on the leg spinner. But I guess also in their minds is that they don't want to battle last year.
Yeah, the bounce is definitely starting to fluctuate a bit. It's seen some keep low, especially at high pace from Shannon Gabriel. It does pose an issue. As John Campbell had the realization that he wasn't able to keep out that one. Shannon Gabriel a couple balls ago. Jermaine Blackwood now is in the firing line. Speed gun is showing us at about 140 clicks. Shannon Gabriel. Steaming in. This one badly lined down the leg side, but well taken by Joshua De Silva behind the wicket. If it's one thing we know about this Red Force team, that they will continue to fight. They will believe. Still a lot of time in this game. 2 days remaining. And a number of overs to be bowled today. So all results are possible. You can take, and you know that they didn't perform to the best of their ability in the first innings with a bat. Shannon Gabriel hitting the bat of Jermaine Blackwood. A very heavy delivery there, just short of a length, and Blackwood getting behind it, keeping it out. At the end of 4, it's 6 for 2.
It's going to be Joshua James to continue. He's bowling from the media center end.
Overrate today has been very poor actually. Just about 12 minutes past 8. Still have another 14 overs to be bowled.
Ooh, that's a beauty.
Excellent delivery. just straightening off the line. Again, he's targeting that spot. And area consistently bowling there is Joshua James. Just short of a good length on and about off stump.
Yeah.
And he's reaped his rewards. This one just badly lined going down the leg side. Ever so often with his action, it just tends to push one down the leg side.
It falls away a bit at times.
Two slip on a gully. With his height 6'7", you know, he can definitely generate some steep bounce. Very languid approach. This one is full. Nicely driven by Brandon King. But good fielding there. It's Kamil Puran at cover. They'll be hunting for wickets. This red force attack. Brandon King. Very steady. Allowing that one to go through to wicketkeeper De Silva again.
So similar position Jamaica were in the first innings. They were 9 for 2. Second innings they're 6 for 2. It was at that point that Blackwood came to the party. King was already back in the pavilion, but King is in there now.
He's in for a fight with Blackwood. Only time will tell who will prevail. Scorpions or the Red Force. The Reggae Army or the Soca Warriors. Played out another over. So at the end of 5, 6 for 2. Scorpions lead by 207. What's your preference of music, Mr. Mamchan?
Let's see. I wouldn't say dancehall tonight, but I like Bollywood music.
Some film songs.
Yeah. I'm not really a big soca man.
So you wouldn't have attended much of the fetes that were held at the...
Well, this year, you know, we were around the Caribbean covering the cricket, so I wasn't around. But normally I go to the fetes, enjoy the food and drinks and what have you. Support local culture.
Definitely. Shannon Gabriel to continue. And that's... Oh, it's...
Ooh. That would have been interesting. He's in the midst of a brilliant spell. Let's have a look at that again.
By Crawford signaling a no ball. Would have been close.
Definitely. If you can see. The umpire's in the best position to see the no ball, but if our director can just slow that down for us, because I was just watching. Did you see what I saw? Let's see if we can get it again, and if our director Eden can just slow the delivery action down for us. It's difficult to see from the back. The umpire is also seeing from the back. Well, I really didn't see it. He's in trouble, and he goes. Gabriel strikes again. The substitute fielder, good old Webster, takes the catch. And it's 6 for 3.
Yeah, that's a naughty shot by Jermaine Blackwood, but that's the way he plays. And his team were in trouble at 6 for 2. And now it's 6 for 3. That's going over the top and being caught at mid-on. Here we look at the replay. Trying to be ultra attacking and counter attack Shannon Gabriel, but Shannon Gabriel, as Vinod said, he's in the middle of an excellent spell. He was very unlucky in the first innings, and now he's reaping the rewards for the efforts that he's put in here today and yesterday, and has now taken 2 wickets in the space of a couple overs. The Scorpions are in trouble at 6 for 3. They lead by 207, but in the second innings they're 6 for 3. And the man of the moment, the man that shone in the first innings for the Scorpions, Javel Glenn, will be taking centre stage here at the Branlara Cricket Academy alongside Brandon King. I think the Scorpions have allowed pressure to be placed back on them. Firstly, by not enforcing the follow on, and secondly, by a couple rash shots, losing 3 quick wickets. 207 they lead by. It's 6 for 3 in the second innings, and the Red Force are fighting back. Shannon Gabriel round the wicket.
So it's 7 for 3. Glenn, who got 140 odd in the first innings, not out, is there again. So he's batting twice today.
As you rightly said, he hasn't been dismissed in the matches yet. Just have a slight delay in the scorecard. So 7 for 3.
Really good bowling here by Shango. Man from Woodland Sports Club.
Club based in South Trinidad.
Yes, just behind La Romaine, south of La Romaine. President of that club is TTCB executive member Stephen Ramkisoon. Vice President Kent Kisiawan. They were the winners of the TTCB Premiership 2 T20 Festival, led by Dennis Ramdin.
Sprightly Dinesh Ramdin also had a very successful stint in the Legends League.
Yeah, he came back and got 100 in the finals for Woodland to win against Police.
Showing that he still has the goods to deliver on at this stage. Dinesh Ramdin. Seven for 3, Shannon Gabriel. In his third over. Sheffield Glenn has done well since coming in, brought a sense of calm and just keeping his eyes on the delivery, getting his feet moving, getting behind the line of it and defending it solidly. One ball remaining in the 6th over. It's 7 for 3. They lead by 208. Two slip in play, a gully. Gabriel coming around the wicket and targeting the stumps. It's also a mid-on and a mid-wicket. He's looking for that straighter line.
Edged and dropped at gully. Gabriel can't believe it.
Those are the chances that the Red Force cannot allow to be grasped at this point in time.
Yeah, let's have a look at that again. So it's 9 for 3. Could have easily been 9 for 4.
Yeah, it would have been a great start for Shannon, looking to pick up his 3rd wicket there, creating that opportunity, being grasped by Sifa Scooper in the gully. That would have been curtains for Javel Glenn. But with his luck, he's now moved on to 2.
Yes, he's rode his luck well in this match.
After scoring 100 in the first innings, could have been out without scoring. Cricket, the greatest equalizer there is. Red Force hasn't done well in the field. Also in the first innings, they dropped about 4 chances. They've already dropped 1 in the second innings. They'll be disappointed. Coach Ibran Mohammed prides his team on fielding. We saw earlier today that he had them lots of catching drills being done. This one is driven stylishly through cover, and it will go all the way into the boundary for 4. That's Brandon King. That's vintage Brandon King.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Just leaning forward, driving it through the gap. Not a man move, not even a nuts man.
Yeah, Brandon King, typical shot from him. Seen a number of that. Generally performs so very well in the CPL. He's now here for the Scorpions, and his team needs him. This one taking the inner part of the bat, and it's going down to fine leg. It's 14 for 3 now. We're in the 7th over. Joshua James continuing. 3 balls remain in this 7th over. 14 for 3. They lead by 215. This one wide outside the off stump, just tailing into the left-handed Javel Glenn, just allowing it to go all the way through. Seen a number of batsmen with some very stylish leaves. Jason Mohammed, Javel Glenn, now James continuing. Let's guide it off the face, out the gully, no run. 14 for 3, 1 ball remaining in the 7th over, and I'll take this opportunity to welcome back Mr. Visham Lalman after having dinner.
Yeah, thank you for Shram. That was great.
Happy to hear it, sir.
And I think it couldn't be as good as the start that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force got thus far tonight.
Yeah, they definitely needed to fight back. trailing by 201 after the first innings. 14 for 3, should have been 14 for 14 for 4 now. See for Scooper putting down Javel Glenn in the gully area. And this one just closer in line, but just going through to the keeper, and that closes off over number 7. 14 for 3 after 7. It's been a good opening burst by the Red Force opening pair of Shannon Gabriel and Joshua James.
Yeah, certainly, and good to see James at the top, having gotten 3 wickets in the first innings, coming back in the second innings with the new ball and picking up a wicket as well for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, complementing the pace of Shannon Gabriel well.
Shannon Gabriel was very unlucky in the first innings. Still a bit unlucky, as he had a catch dropped off his bowling in his previous over. Brandon King be taking strike. Will be Shannon Gabriel.
Javel Glenn obviously would need to carry on from the first innings, and given the fact that the Scorpions are in this position with 3 wickets lost, yes, they have 215 runs on the board, but they'll want to put a bit more, having not opted to enforce the follow-on.
Solidly played there by King, getting behind the line of it. For some reason, we haven't seen the ball keep as low as it did in the Red Force innings.
And just maybe as the ball gets older, you would see that happening. It's quite new just yet. We're just into the 8th over of the innings.
Very valid point here by Vishal Alman. Astute knowledge. Cricket enthusiast. Shannon Gabriel continuing. Driven out to Jason Mormon at cover, who does well, but it's a no ball. We saw that these Jamaican Scorpion bowlers was plagued with that issue. Now Shannon Gabriel with a couple no balls as well.
Yeah, and Shannon Gabriel obviously has had that problem as well in the past, and now in the latter half of his career, still having that issue, but he's someone who puts a big stride in as he approaches the crease.
Red Forces will be willing themselves to pick up at least 2 more before stumps. End of play. This one angled down the leg and it's played off, and it will go into the boundary. That's a very stylish looking flick of the pads there by Brandon King, and gets him 4 more runs.
Yeah, 2 straight, and with the pace of Gabriel, easy pickings for Brandon King, someone who has played cricket all around the world. And this one just getting into the boundary, Carey Pear giving chase, but a welcome boundary there for the Scorpions.
That's well played indeed. Partnership is now 12. 19 for 3. It's been a good opening burst by the opener pair of Gabriel and James. Probably give them a couple overs again each. As there's 2 right-handers. Well, actually no, there's Brandon King and Javel Glenn, the left-hander, but would like to see Carey Pear come into the attack a lot earlier in the second innings. It's been successful throughout this tournament, leading wicket taker. Solid defense by Brandon King. Looks a determined man.
You know, Shannon Gabriel running in as he is at the moment, he really don't have much time as a batsman to get down to the ball. Brandon King doing very well there, looking very solid.
Gabriel normally takes quite a bit of time between deliveries. Does have a long run up. Replica of the previous delivery, solidly behind it is Brandon King. Plays it out to mid-off. Finds Terence Hinds. And it's no run.
Brandon King is someone who's going to be a bit more comfortable against someone like a Shannon Gabriel because of the amount of cricket that he's played, because of the caliber of bowling that he would have faced throughout his career, international career that is. I'm not saying someone like a Javel Glenn or Brad Barnes won't, because we see Glenn having success in the first innings.
Just that Brandon King has faced a bit more peace in his time, and this is another one, another no ball signaled by umpire Crawford. It's well left, just keeping his eyes on it. It's Brandon King. Very steady. It's on 9 of 20 deliveries. Being patient. It's important for the Scorpions that they don't lose any more wickets before the close of play. At the end of this over, there's another 10 overs remaining. So Scorpions will have to face about 18 overs. Not too sure if we'll get through all of the overs, because I believe the cutoff time is 9 p.m. local time. Oh, well kept, and again he's keeping his eyes on it so very well, is Brandon King. That's well played.
Well, you were asking about whether not a ball is going to keep low like it did in the second innings, well, in the first innings of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting effort, and that one certainly did. I'm seeing the ground staff going across to the covers, though. I'm not too sure why is that. If it's the case of it getting closer to the end of the day's play, they're holding the covers in their hands at the moment. Well, getting ready at least.
It's completely black skies here, so we can't really see whether the threat of rain. Very, very gentle breeze. Oh, that's a beauty there by Shannon Gabriel. A rip-off for delivery.
Well, that looks as though it's the end of the day's play. The players are walking off, the ground staff are coming on, and you're just saying with 10 overs remaining, you're not sure if they're going to get any of those in, and really and truly they are not going to get any of those in.
So now we see, so that's stumps on day 2. Jamaica Scorpions being put into bat on day 1 by Joshua De Silva and the Red Force team. They amassed a total of 372, led by an unbeaten 140 by Javel Glenn. And then in their reply, TNT Red Force being bowled out for 171, an excellent bowling effort. 3 wickets apiece for Abijay Mansingh and Makino Mindley. And then declining to enforce the follow-on, it was John Campbell and Kirk McKenzie opening the batting in the second innings for the Scorpions. And in their second innings, they're now 20 for 3 after 8 overs, 2 wickets to Shannon Gabriel. And the Scorpions, they lead at the end of day 1 by 221 runs, 7 wickets in hand. The game, the Scorpions slightly ahead, but it's still anyone's game. Your thoughts, Mr. Lalman?
Yeah, certainly anyone's game. The pitch deteriorating as well. It's going to be difficult as the game progresses going into the next 2 days. If it does going into the final day as well, it could very well end tomorrow. But yeah, certainly looking forward to tomorrow's action and the 4 days action, if any. And I'm sure our lovely viewers would be looking on at it as well on Windies Cricket YouTube. And thank you very much for your time today, and we do hope that you join us tomorrow for more action in this wonderful contest.
Thank you.